Вітаємо вас на 16-й національній
Welcome to the
ЛГБТК-конференції
16th
України.
National
Мене звати Лені
LGBT
Емсон,
Conference
і
in
сьогодні мені
Ukraine.
надана
I'm
честь
Leni Emerson,
відкрити
and
цю
today
феноменальну
I
подію.
have this honor
Почнемо
to
ми з
open
хвилини
this
мовчання на спомин тих,
great
хто загинули,
event.
захищаючи
And
нашу
we will
країну.
start with a
На
moment
спомин
of
тих, хто стали
silence
жертвами
to honor
російської агресії.
those who had become the victims of Russian aggression and who died defending Ukraine.
Це завжди дуже емоційний момент і дуже важко
This
стримувати.
is usually very emotional moment, and it is difficult to restrain emotions,
Але
which we
я
feel.
особисто дуже радий, що сьогодні
I personally is
на ці
very
три дні ми можемо
happy
зібратися
that
разом
we
і бути
are
тут
able
разом і
to
вшанувати
come
ту
together
роботу, яка
and to
ведеться
spend
зараз,
these
яка ведеться
3
для наших спільнот,
days
в нашій
and
країні. Я
celebrate
хочу подякувати
and
всім тим,
honor that
хто сьогодні
work
доєдналися
which
до
had
нас
been
особисто
done
і онлайн.
and is being
Також
done
дуже
in
важливо
our
помнити тих,
country. And I would
нас
like to
підтримав і
thank
завдяки
to all of you, and I would like to thank to all those
наші
who
коспонсори. Ви
have
бачите
been
ці
supporting
логотипи.
us
Це проект
and
Агентства США з міжнародного
due
розвитку
to
і
whom
інновацій для
our
ЛГБТ
work
ВІЛ,
could
що
be done.
впроваджується в рамках
This is a
надзвичайної
USAID
ініціативи президента
program
США з надання допомоги у боротьбі з
to
ВІЛ-СНІД в
overcome
партнерстві з ПАКТ, FHI,
VHL and
160 Founders Summit. Це
AIDS.
міжнародний благодійний фонд
This
Альянс
is
громадського здоров'я.
International
Це громадська
Charity Fund
організація
Alliance for
ЛГБТ Асоціація Ліга.
Human
Це
Health,
Євразійська коаліція зі
LGBT
здоров'я, прав
Association League,
гендерного та сексуального
Eurasianal
розмаїття. Це благодійна організація 100%
League for
життя
Health,
через громадську
European
організацію
Organization
Альянс Глобал.
100%
Це громадська організація Київ Прайд.
Health, NGO
Це
Key
експертна група з питань
Pride,
здоров'я
expert
і прав
group
ЛГБТ
on the issues
ІК
of
плюс
health,
Україна.
LGBT
Це
rights,
Шведська федерація за права
LGBTQ
ЛГБТКІ
rights, a
плюс
Swedish
РФСЛ.
organization,
Це Outright International,
LGBTQ
національний
plus
ЛГБТІ
organization,
консорціум,
National
до якого входить громадська
LGBTQ
організація Альянс Глобал, громадська
Consortium,
організація
Alliance
Асоціація ЛГБТ
Global,
Ліга, а
NGO,
Всеукраїнська громадська
LGBT
організація Гей Форум
Liga, and
України і громадська
Gay
організація
Forum of
Спектр
Ukraine,
Харків.
and NGO
І ця подія не
Spectrum
була б
Kharkiv.
можливою без людей,
And this
які вклали
event
свій
won't
час,
be possible
свої
without
зусилля
all those people who contributed
і,
their time
напевно,
and
свою
effort
душу в те, щоб
and
організувати цю
perhaps
подію.
all their
Представляю вам
minds
наш
into
технічний
this
комітет
event.
з
I would like to
організації
introduce to you
конференції.
our
Це
technical
Олег
committee.
Альохін, голова
First of all,
комітету.
this is
Олег,
Oleg
якщо ти в залі,
Alyohin,
можливо, ти
chairman of our organizational
але
committee,
він не тут.
Oleg.
Це
Can
Добре.
you
Це
show up?
Олена Овчиннікова,
Also,
програмна
Olena
асистентка
Ovchinnikova,
національної
program
конференції.
assistant
Олена
of
зараз
the
зайнята
national conference.
підготовкою
Olena is
і
busy
проведенням
with
подій. Це Андрій Марченко,
preparation
фінансовий
and
консультант.
hosting
Це
this
Євген
event.
Трачук,
Oleg
комунікаційний
Marchenko
менеджер.
and
Євген,
Oleg
будь
Trachuk
ласка,
and
мікрофон
Yevhen
передаю.
Trachuk, communications manager. Please welcome him.
А зараз ми продовжимо детальним
And
оглядом
now
програми,
let
що
us
нас чекає
continue
всі
our
ці 3
review
дні.
of the program.
Будь ласка, можна мені програму? Можна мені програму?
Will you please show the program?
Дякую дуже. Так, дякую дуже. Ми починаємо цей день
We begin this
моїм
day
модераторством.
with
Ця сесія, яка
session
присвячена спільноті
1. I will be
ЛГБТ
moderator
в часи
of
Великої
this
війни. Мета сесії – надати сучасне уявлення про
session.
становище спільноти в Україні
It
та
is
поза
called
нею в
the
контексті повномасштабної
LGBT
війни.
LGBTQI community during the Great War, and we will discuss the situation in the community with our position in the community at large, and then discuss the roadmap. Our speakers will be Andrei Kravchuk with his presentation, The Situation Facing LGBTQI People in Ukraine. Then Lisa Trofimenko, who will present LGBTQI plus people during the war in Ukraine, research on the life of LGBTIQ. And then Svetoslav Sheremet will present the results of the LGBT roadmap implementation during the year that had passed and plans for the future. Then, after a short break, Konstantin Andreev will moderate the section number 1, which has highlighted the LGBT community during the war part 2. And there will be 2 presentations on the framework of that session by Maxim Kasanchuk, describing the current situation of the gay community and MSM in Ukraine, and Yulia Kamilieva, current state and prospects of the trans community in Ukraine. And then we will have session number 3, and on the framework of that session, we will have 4 presentations. The first will be Andrei Bogoslavec with men all Ukrainian service for providing psychological support and assistance. Then Elena German, how to use technologies to build the psychological assistance system. Then Yulia Aseyeva, classical and alternative methods of psychotherapy during the war. Then Jan Gubsky, diversity in the concept of transgenderness. And after lunch, Andrei Bogoslavec will present Project 53 presentation in the conditions of war, adaptation and innovation. This will represent new data, new vision, and how the public health could be protected in a new way. Then Volodymyr Shepard will present security and support, the role of the peer-to-peer consultant, the LGBT plus community under the conditions of a military threat. Then Andrei Radetsky and Irina Grishayeva will present USAID project innovations to overcome the HIV epidemic. And the final presentation in this panel will be by Marina Alexandrova, state program to ensure access to the diagnosis and treatment of viral hepatitis. Then a coffee break and the final session afterwards, final session for today, moderated by Oksana Solonska, about red lines in public broadcasting, where freedom of free speech ends giving way to illegal appeals. So first presentation within this session will be by Dmitro Shevchenko, presentation criteria for classifying information as inciting hatred, hostility, cruelty to individuals, groups of persons with SOGI. And then panel discussion involving the representation of the National Council of Ukrainian Television and Radio, broadcasting activists and journalists on the integration of the criteria in the media space of Ukraine, monitoring the compliance and the accountability mechanism for the criteria violation.
День другий
Then day two
сесію за модераторства
will
Тетяни Касьян.
start with
Гуманітарна
the
підтримка спільноти
moderation
Це
of
організація,
Tetiana
яка
Kasyan.
дві частини.
This is a big session. It will comprise two sessions. The first one is a familiarization of Ukraine line with which other foreign organizations. Annie Bishop, director of the Amy Bishop, then Sabine Kreitzer-Guns, then Anna Dopopol, Robert Dalan, and Olga Ilchuk, protection class field coordinator. We will discuss fundamental principles of aid provision and funding by humanitarian organizations, enhancing access to funding for humanitarian efforts by LGBTIQ plus organizations and community, discussion on best practices in humanitarian aid delivery and the mechanisms to implement them in the work of Ukrainian LGBTIQ plus organizations. And delving into the primary needs and potential collaboration avenues between international entities and LGBT organizations. Then, after the coffee break, the session will continue and will be devoted to the Ukrainian organization, and this will be about learning lessons by Ukrainian organizations and relating their work for further year and the discussion of their work. First of all, we will discuss the lessons learned and gained experience under conditions of war. Here we will have Andrei Chernyshev, Olga Balahura, then Marian Verban from the International Fund for Public Health will discuss the healthcare delivery under conditions of war, and then we will discuss humanitarian aid to LGBTIQ community and discuss how we can ensure humanitarian work with different communities. Then Lyudmila Yankina will discuss governmental respond to homophobia, bringing to responsibility for hatred crimes and crimes against LGBTIQ community will be discussed. Then we'll have Yevgen Belotsky, about results of his monitoring of violation of rights LGBT community members in the year 2022. Then Natalia Viola-Popenka, Yulia Melnichuk will present how European standards has been implemented by the Office of the Council of Europe in Ukraine, and eventually Malkun will present the work of their group, and eventually we'll have a final discussion, the crimes committed in the area of homophobia
Надалі після
and
перерви
transphobia.
чекає нас сесія від
And then
Святослава
after
Шеремета.
a break,
Парламент
Святоslav
виборча спільнота
Sheremet
України
will
шляхом впровадження
present a
законодавства
session
інклюзивного
with
до
participation of
ЛГБТІК.
parliament,
Мета сесії
government,
– це
and
огляд
activists.
парламентських
The
та урядових
objective
процесів
of
щодо
that session is to
ЛГБТІК.
review
Ті
parliamentary
теми
and
будуть обговорені – це додання
community
голосу гідного числа
processes
захищених, коли зміниться антидискримінаційний
taking place to protect the LGBTIQ community today in the future when the necessary legislation will be passed dealing with decriminalization of HIV and intimate content will be legalized, and national strategy as to the human rights development and protection, whether it is being developed or it is hampered. And eventually we will watch Ukrainian fighters for health. The activist group Legal Health will present this movie, and then we will have Q&A session. Then we will have very intensive the third day, which will be which will begin with a session that will inform about challenges of LGBTIQ community in Ukraine and how the community is being consolidated, and 5 presentations will be the framework of this session.
Привітають Павло Скала, асоційований директор спільноти та партнерства.
Pavlo Skala will contribute to the session. Then Miroslava Andrushenko,
Альянсу громадського здоров'я,
Юлія Фамілєва and Тетяна Славчук.
Партнер. Надалі спікерка Юлія Фамілєва з
Then Юлія Фамілєва from NGO Когорта will make presentation the advocacy about of transgender people. Then we will discuss the means of transgender medical transition. Then we will discuss youth movement partner aiming support of junior transgender community. And then we'll discuss transgender transition during war.
І нарешті завершальна сесія.
And our final session on the third day will be devoted to discussion without ties, and the objective of this final session will be discussed the results and to sum up the discussions at the conference. Svetoslav suggests pre-discussion and discussion on the LGBT roadmap for the year to come, for the year 2024. And during that discussion, you will have a possibility to express your views, and eventually we will make the family photo. And afterwards, we'll have an official reception. I would like to emphasize the need to get united and to be able to organize such events in course of a full-scale war. But we should not forget about security rules. In case of air raid alert, we have to stop our event, we will suspend the session and we go to the underground parking where we have equipped venue to continue to resume in the bomb shelter. For those who watch us in social media, on stream, this will mean a 15-minute break. So in case of air raid alert, we will have a 15-minute break in the session and
Зараз. Чи можна презентацію, будь ласка?
will you please
Дуже.
show presentation
Починаємо
on
нашу
the
сесію
screen?
спільнота ЛГБТІК в часи Великої війни. І ми сьогодні представимо становище нашої спільноти в Україні. І сьогодні ми починаємо з доповіді Андрія Кравчука від правозахисного ЛГБТ-центру «Наш світ». Андрій, будь ласка.
So, Andrei, please. Morning. I'm Andrei Kravchuk, advocacy expert at Nash Svit LGBT Activism Center. We are mostly involved in the monitoring of LGBT right violations and we advocate for necessary legislative changes. Next slide, please.
Отже, спочатку я хотів би описати ситуацію.
So, from the beginning, I'd like to describe the situation with LGBT rights violations in Ukraine. This is what we are mostly doing in our organization. We've been monitoring the situation since 2017. We have an electronic database to compare the data in time. When working on this presentation, I used the data to show that we had 36 LGBT violations in Ukraine. We are particularly registering the intolerance to LGBT and related identity cases. It can be a case of transphobia. In the 9 months of this year, we had 36 such incidents. Of them, 19 were identified as hate crimes. We are identifying this based on OSCE terminology. I checked the latest information yesterday to see that in 10 months, we had more than 40 cases, with more than half of them being hate crimes. If we compare the data by year, we will see a decline of the prevalence from 2019, actually. I think it has been related to COVID pandemic. That was our initial assumption, but the downward slope continued, and since the beginning of Russia's full-scale invasion, we see a further decline in the number of cases. We had 119 cases last year, and we have twice as less this year. It can be also due to the full-scale war. And I think also it is due to certain change in perceptions of the LGBT community in Ukraine. Investigation of such crimes is still problem-ridden. The Ministry of Interior designed draft legislation number 5488 that has been sitting in the parliament for nearly 3 years. It was included in the parliamentary agenda for this autumn, but we see little prospects of it being approved anytime soon.
були декілька суттєвих змін українського законодавства, що
Nevertheless, we saw some substantial changes in the Ukrainian legislation this year in respect of the protection of rights of LGBTQ people. First of all, draft legislation from the known infamous Mazurasho, an MP from Bukovina. He had this bill 3916. It was cancelled. Most of the time, we see that such pieces of legislation are being turned down even at the stage of the review by committees. Also this year, we saw amendments to the law on advertising, particularly in respect of gender identity-related matters in advertising. We see continued harmonization of the Ukrainian legislation with that of the EU, and this is currently a requirement for all the employers. There is another initiative waiting for its approval, which is a draft law to institute civil marriages, duly registered ones. It was promoted by Ms. Sobsun. Meanwhile, the prospects of having it adopted are still very much unclear. In terms of the due process and judiciary, we had two important events this year. The European Court for Human Rights decided in the case of Maimulakhin and Markev against Ukraine. Ukraine has been accused as violation of the European Convention for Human Rights because of the absence of the legal basis for civil marriages, for same-sex civil marriages. Definitely, the state will have to make amendments to the legislation in this regard if the legislation in its current format is in clear breach of the European Convention. While the European Court for Human Rights cannot directly mandate the approval or amendment of the legislation in Ukraine, it can nevertheless push the matter further. Another important event is about the General Prosecution Office. They actually made a case to the court for the first time in history related to the beating of a transgender military serviceman in Lviv. So there is really a weak language in the criminal code of Ukraine on that. It does not improve any practical investigation of such cases, but nevertheless, we see that the Lviv prosecution office motioned the case and brought it to court. So let us see how it will develop. As regards political aspect, finally, we see political forces emerging in Ukraine for whom the protection of LGBTQ rights is already part of their agenda. Draft legislation 9103 was submitted to the parliament by 12 MPs representing a pro-European position like Holos Party and the ruling Sluha Narodu party. Both parties became members of the ALDE, quite an unexpected move for Sluha Narodu, who finally, in spite of other ideology, opted for liberalism. And at the first Congress in which their participated in Europe, the group of Sluha Narodu MPs was greeted and congratulated. So I think it was also unexpected for them. It's a matter for them to prove how liberal they are. Let us see how the party leadership reacts. As regards external policies, I can tell you that Ukrainian ambassadors have started to regularly take part in LGBT-related events in the US, in Germany, in Sweden, some other countries, in Australia, for example. The Ukrainian ambassador in Sweden has been taken the part in the local pride for the second time in a row. Now, social dimension. This is probably the most important part of the whole thing because we're living in the society, we are part of it, and our everyday lives depend on the whole Ukrainian society. Trend towards improvement of perceptions of LGBTQ people is now a fact, and social surveys are showing these changes, positive changes. We had a number of surveys carried out by different polling agencies. Definitely the results will depend on how questions had been formulated and the type of survey, whether it is a CATE survey or other type of interviews. But the surveys by the Kyiv Institute of Sociology with their CATE surveys and some other centers doing personal interviews, they generally confirm the trend. I think that the key enemy of our LGBTQ community are our churches. They're stubborn in defending their positions, and any attempt to contact them, to have a discussion with them, often face their open disinclination to talk. So it would be hard to expect any change in their attitude and behavior. But there is a positive thing that churches are losing popularity with our citizens. Decades ago, they were really ruling supreme in terms of people's trust. Now they are barely in the second dozen of most reputable, socially reputable institutions. And we see that the ratings are on steady decline, 12% this year. And it clearly shows that churches have no future and they will be losing further their position and standing. So what are the prospects of LGBTQ community in Ukraine? I would disagree with the opinion that after the war, there will be an increase in conservative moods among the people. I don't see any facts to prove that. I think the course to liberalize, to modernize the Ukrainian society will continue. Clearly, the candidate status Ukraine received has become really a strong decision to support the case of LGBTQ community, given that the matter is very high in the agenda of the EU, and given the importance given to LGBTQ matters in further expansion of the EU, because the EU does not need any more Hungaries or Slovak republics among the members. Because of that, there's keen attention to LGBTQ rights and their protection, and the Ukrainian politicians are reacting to that in the way that they should be reacting. Thank you. Ready to take your questions. I'd like to thank Nash Svit Center. Please save your questions for until after the presentations, because we have just an hour slated for this session. After all the presentations, we will be ready to take your questions. Again, thank you so much for this nice presentation. I'd like to confirm from my part the many facts you provided us with, particularly on involvement of the Ukrainian ambassadors in LGBTQ events abroad. This is really a nice trend. I do hope we have our speaker online, the next one. Morning, Lisa. Yes, good morning, everyone, dear participants. Glad to see you if from the screen. I do hope to meet you later on in person, the scope of upcoming events. Today, I'd like to present the data of the survey carried out last year, but I do think the data are still relevant and will be of interest for you. Unfortunately, the time allotted for the presentation is not big enough to show the data in their beauty. And because of that, I would encourage everyone after this conference to become acquainted the report on the survey. It can be accessed at the ResearchGate resource. This is a web resource posting a variety of documents like survey results, reports. And I do know that we have with us online one of the key researchers particularly involved in this survey, Maxim Kostanchuk, and he will be ready to provide you with a link, exact link to either the presentation or the full report of the survey. So I'm Olesya Trofimenko, and I represent a research center, which is called the Center of Social Expertise after Yuri Sayenko. Before that, I, with my colleagues, was involved as a field researcher. We were in charge of primary raw data collection and the later processing. And I'm going to present the data online now. And I will ask my colleagues to help me with slides to better show what we have. Next slide, please. The presentation is generally about two key topics. So LGBT range of topics and issues that may be potentially related with SOGI, also on the backdrop of the war situation that Ukraine has been facing. The survey design and during the phase of survey protocol design with all the information about the survey. The team chaired by Maxim Kostanchuk worked on the following concepts to formulate the key question, to frame the whole survey with its methodology, with questionnaires. So the key matter, the key survey point is as follows: survival strategies, stigma discrimination cases, hate crimes, experience of filtration and contacts with the military. As researchers, we had to look at the context of contacts with the Russian servicemen and the Ukrainian ones. So also we included here the experience of losses in families, physical losses, psychological stress because of that, experience of relocation and changes in sexual life. So this is, in a broader sense, the key question to form the basis of our survey. From here, we formulated two hypotheses. First, concerned limited access to services provided by public and non-governmental organizations, on the premise that this experience will be different for the four target groups we comprised. And the second hypothesis was that LGBT individuals are suffering more discrimination and are more prone to being victims of hate and crimes during the wartime, again, with different experiences for the four target groups. In terms of methods, when you will be reading this report, you won't see percentages because another methodology was used. As I don't know who is present in the hall, I only see the mix of people and panel members. I will be using a simple English to explain. Sociology operates quantitative surveys using specific methodology with percentages, and there are also qualitative survey when we use expressions and quotations to substantiate or disprove points. And you will be seeing lots of quotations in the report. We use this qualitative methodology with in-depth interviews to go deeper into the range of topics, to look into answers to our research question. I see presentation slipped away from the screen. Could be reinstated there. Oh yeah, thank you. So again, according to the methodology and according to the in-depth interviews tool, we invited specific individuals that complied with our criteria, particularly Ukrainian nationals and people without citizenship who have lived for the last 10 years on the territory of Ukraine and have provided us with informed consent for such interviews. The sample that we created for the survey, both based on recommendations from LGBT activists, that was for the first stage of it, and also using the recommendations of those who had participated in the survey already. The respondents would provide us with contacts of potential new enrollees in the survey. This is the so-called snowball method, when a sample is broadened based on recommendations of participants themselves. After the interviews, we analyze documents. Document analysis is a tool that allows using the data already collected by others. And the data included diaries of those who survived the occupation period and publications on the topic in the media. So the results of the survey were amended based on the analysis of such documents, and this is presented in our analytical report. Then our interviews were processed using specialized software, MaxQDA software for qualitative surveys. We had audio recordings, depersonified ones, and those were turned into transcripts that were processed using this MaxQDA software to come up with topical analysis. Next slide. So the in-depth interview method was used to interview 20 LGBT individuals. The survey period was August and September last year. We tried to involve both male, females, and transgenders. Because of the hostilities during the field stage, we could not achieve a balanced representation of individuals with different identity types on the survey. We strive to provide equal quotas for each group, but were not successful in that. The majority of sample
Тривалість
comprised
інтерв'ю
of
різна. Вона
males.
залежить як від того, яка. Це була
The
тема
interview
про,
duration
власне,
was different based on
можливості
the
проведення
type of the
інтерв'ю,
target group and technical
власне,
opportunities of having such an interview. And well, it also depended on individual personal qualities of respondents, their
В середньому
readiness to talk and be included in interviews.
Наступний слайд.
The average time was about 60 minutes.
Я говорю про те, що в нас були різні цільові групи. Власне, хто вони? Тобто, яким
So our target groups,
розподілялася? По-перше, це ВПО.
how these 20 people spread. First of all, those were IDPs from territories under the control of the Ukrainian government,
Також з окупованої на підконтрольної території зони бойових дій до
which
підконтрольної.
meant people who relocated from one territory under control of the government to another, the ones who went from the occupied territory to the one towards the one under control of the government, and also those who, for a variety of reasons, could go elsewhere.
Військові комбатанти,
We also included people who moved to the territory of Russia, residents of the occupied territories, Donetsk and Luhansk People Republics, as they are called, military combatants on territories under control of the government, and regular people, that is, those who remained on the territories under control of the government and never left anywhere. Limitations to the survey. First of all, we faced a big number of refusals when trying to contact the respondent. When attempting to have a sample of 20 individuals, we had 12 refusals. So 20 successful, 12 refusals. Next, some target group members were hard to reach, particularly the military servicemen and respondents on occupied territories. The number of refusals was greater for understandable reasons. Another limiting factor was related to some fresh traumatic experience and the need to relieve this traumatizing experience. Some people were not ready to relieve the trauma. We used an online format of data collection. The online format was also affected by connectivity, its availability, its reliability, and we had also to factor in potential threats and dangers for respondents on occupied territories. So now I can only present you some results of the survey, not the data themselves, because of the great wealth of data that would make it into this presentation. So the key results: the experience of living through war and needs and strategies, behavioral strategies of LGBT are practically no different from that of the general public. Also, in the time of this large-scale war, the LGBT individuals assumed for themselves a considerable proportion of responsibility for themselves. They were able to act to forecast their activity. They created the individual stash of necessary medications and cared after their own diagnosing and treatment regimens. And we identified 4 strategies of LGBT survival in the wartime based on the interviews. First, mobilization of one's internal force, involvement in assistance to others, transition from the civil type of life into the military, then mimicry strategy, particularly for territories not under control of the government, collaboration with invaders, in exchange of being able to continue life as they are, and the strategy of physical alienation from the problem, whether it was about moving somewhere within the margins of Ukraine or abroad.
Так, про що ще слід сказати? Дане дослідження охопило як події на контрольованій, так і меншою мірою на неконтрольованій території, але все ж таки ці дані є. А також за кордоном серед тих, хто
We have this data
і в
about
українському
those
війську серед
who
воєнних,
relocated.
причому як жіночої, так і чоловічої
We
статі.
have
Дослідження підтвердило гіпотезу про наскрізний характер
data
пов'язаний з
about
ЛГБТ-стигми, але як і незамінний характер наслідків суттєво
LGBT
відрізняється залежно від загального контексту.
among
Якщо на
Ukrainian
контрольованій території
military that
стигматизація
the
ЛГБТ питання
situation
стигматизованими новорічними нашого
with
дослідження не загрожувала нашим респондентам фізичними наслідками.
protection
Разом говорили
deteriorated
респондентками
and
із зони бойових дій чи на окупованих
but
територіях,
different for different groups in
на насилля,
the army, in the
насилля,
non-occupied
плані, що
Ukrainian
погрожувалося
territories
насилля,
and in the
злочини
occupied
проти
territories. And
Підтверджено також кількість
in the
упростих
occupied
відносин
territories,
ЛГБТ
the
державних і
hatred
недержавних
crimes,
секторів,
the
зокрема
threats
в сфері
towards
медицини, ми знаємо, що було дуже велике
LGBT
навантаження саме на
community
цю сферу
at
з самого початку війни. І
repressions were much stronger.
України, згідно результатів нашого дослідження, тобто ми говорили про це, так, яким чином
Then the
відбулося
result
ВПО,
of
чи були
our
доступні
survey
послуги, чи
had
якимось чином через
shown
війну змінилися
that
або з'ясувалися. Але от за нашими результатами
access to
дослідження він радше
LGBT
позитивний.
advocacy organizations,
Навпаки, говорили про те,
the
що
access to them,
перевага
the
що надають
quality of
послуги ЛГБТ,
services provided to
вони
them
дуже
had improved, and
і робили все можливе.
those organizations had become more mobilized. They were able to deliver better services to LGBT community. While in the occupied territories, the level of access towards vitally necessary services like necessary drugs, treatment, was extremely unsatisfactory. Next slide, please.
ЛГБТ, які опинилися в зоні активних
Those
бойових дій,
LGBT which found themselves in the
contact
contact area, in the combat area, they faced a specific level of challenges. First of all, social issues when there is a chaos with the local authorities, chaos in the administration, when there is no Ukrainian authorities anymore, and the new Russian authorities have not arrived yet. Then they had technical problems. They had no access to their bank accounts, to interruption in delivery of utility services, that is water supplies, electricity supplies, gas supplies, and property challenges, because quite often the properties were damaged by combat activities, and it could be ruined. And purely humanitarian challenges, threat of famine, disrupted access to qualified medical services, etc. Special result of our survey is that we were able to confirm the existence of a special list or criteria among the occupants. They had special lists of those who had to be persecuted for activism movement or advocacy movement, including LGBT activists. Many LGBT faced in result of occupation faced many threats. The war and response to the war had shown that LGBT community is an integral part of Ukrainian society, shares all the problems of Ukrainian society and faces the same challenges as heteronormal citizens and representatives of LGBT community. They shared all joint challenges, troubles, and sufferings. They committed resistance and tried to bring closer the victory. And all our participants, despite the strategies of survival which they applied, all of them said that the main precondition for normal existence and successful resolution of their issues is to bring peace into our everyday life. Thank you.
Дякую дуже, Леся. І я хочу нагадати,
Thank
що
you,
дослідження
Lisa.
проводилося
I would
за
like
підтримки
to
громадської
remind you
організації
that
«Київ Прайд».
this survey was
Саме
supported
тому
with the
на
support of
YouTube-каналі
Kyiv
організації
Pride.
можете
That's why
бачити
on YouTube channel of this organization,
даного дослідження,
Kyiv
зокрема,
Pride, you may follow the full presentation of the results of the survey, and including the presentation in English language. Now, I'm happy to give the floor to Svetoslav Sheremet. Hello, Lenny. Hello, everybody. I'm impressed very much how many new faces with whom I'm not familiar I can see here today. That's great that this means that we are gaining new and new supporters and new people arrive to us. Today, we're going to discuss our plans, the intentions, and what we expect to do during the next year. For those who do not know how LGBTQI+ is planning its work, I will explain the procedure. At the end of each calendar year, we write down everything that we would like to achieve within the year to come. Similar exercises had been done in the past and like last year, and eventually at the end of such exercise we produced the list of everything that we wanted to implement during this year. That document that was produced based on that list was called the roadmap. So my name is Svetoslav Sheremet. I represent the National LGBTQIQ+ Consortium. And Lenny, will you please pass over a clicker to me to be able to change the slides? So today we're going to review and discuss this document. Last year we had similar consultations in November, and out of all the sessions and discussions in scholars, we produced a long list of items to be implemented. More than 100 items we had in that list. And now I would like to discuss how successful we had been in implementation of all those items. So general vibe, LGBT LGBTIQ plus movement perfectly resonate with the state approach to reform. So we are heard, and this means that our recommendations are being perceived rather constructively with the power bodies. Moreover, changes in the human rights realm and in the area of public health take place in line with the LGBTQ community. As Andrei mentioned, that we observe the decrease in hatred crimes, and this allows us to develop my fifth statement is a bit less optimistic. That the pace had been slower than we expected, but we can observe some progress nevertheless. During the last year, we had many discussions about decrime, that is decriminalization. And here in this slide, you you see our requirements in the area of decriminalization. Since long ago, we have been advocating for the decriminalization of the HIV infection. Currently, we have 3 draft laws in the parliament. All three versions of this draft laws, they were drafted with a contribution from our consortium. As for paragraph 37, we had been first in this country to mention that so-called porn content, which should be better called intimate content, production, consumption, and monetization of it should be decriminalized. Because long ago, the legal nations had produced the convention about decriminalization of intimate production, and we submitted to the parliament a draft law about that. We cannot be sure that this specific version of the law will be passed, but nevertheless, we expect that something will be passed on that issue. Also, we expect the passage about amendments to the basic law about HIV. I won't read what is written on this slide. You can read it yourselves. You may recollect that there were a challenge in the area of public health as to the monkeypox, and immunization was requested from the government, and that was accepted. Then exception of the international diseases qualification 10 should be substituted with the version number 11, and this is being implemented now.
Все добре, це робиться, може недостатньо швидко, але все ж.
Okay, the pace is not again
Тепер ми
very
переходимо до історії
quick,
прав
but
людини.
still it is being done. Now we're coming closer to the human rights area.
Будь ласка,
The
давайте
new law about
що
media was drafted and passed. For a long period of time, we had been saying that discrimination in line with SOGI should be prohibited, and this is done. Currently, the media regulator has been developing criteria for understanding whether SOGI takes place and for bringing to responsibility for that. The draft law number 548A, which is about investigation of homophobic crimes, and the main committee had supported it. It is now in the voting list for December, and it will depend on the parliamentary speaker whether the law will be voted. Again, this was in our list of items to be done. During this year, we had seen the passage of the first law about social partnership. This was already passed. This is very good. Almost 20 members of parliament have signed as those who advocate for the passage of this law in the parliament. When we discuss about Istanbul Convention, which contains SOGI components in it, makes it interesting for us. Paragraph number 28. For more than 10 years, we had been advocating for the repeal of the law on protection of social morals, and since March 31st, it is inactive because this law, it contained the definition of pornography. And now, when there is no responsibility for the pornography, it is purposeless to have it in the criminal code. Then paragraph 33, we requested to repeal draft laws from the parliaments.
І один з депутатів на рівні парламенту вирішив це все заборонити, сказати, ні, повертайте, шановні друзі, гроші в бюджет. Не можна таке підтримувати. Так ось цю муть вони зняли з розгляду. Тобто це на парламенті не пройшло. Це дуже добрий сигнал.
Draft law number 3916 and 6473 were repealed. On the screen, you can see draft laws which remain in the parliamentary pipeline. Now our horizon for the future about assisted reproductive technologies. These initiatives are now suspended, but this is our plans for the future. About what we have not achieved,
робіт. Далі пробуксована національна стратегія в сфері прав людини. Вона
The national strategy in the human rights area is not being implemented fully, and we will extend its implementation till the end of next year. What we will do to implement this strategy? Those who we approach in the parliamentary corridors, we are very grateful to them for advocacy. But what we did not manage to achieve, this will transfer to the next period and will be continued. We are ready to provide expert assistance and to
Видимість ЛГБТІК+, просто наріжний камер, от видимість на індивідуальному
and
рівні,
to
на
work.
іншому. Чим більше нас видно, тим краще.
The more we are visual, the more we are heard, and we need to have strategy to this end. Thank you for your attention. I wish you to stay healthy and glory to Ukraine.
Дуже дякуємо Андрію.
Thank you,
Святославу.
Андрій.
І давайте перейдемо до питань. У нас є 10
Uh,
хвилин.
Thank you,
на те, щоб задати
Olesa
питання.
and
Я пам'ятаю,
Svetoslav.
що
We have
першим
10
буду просити
questions
ваші
for
питання в
Q&A
мікрофон.
sessions. Please do not forget to speak into the mic and do not forget to mention yourself. I'm Victor from Kharkiv. I became a victim of the hatred crime. Could you describe what were the criteria for selection of crimes? The hatred crime is a crime which is described in the criminal code and committed because of the
Недостатньо, щоб жертва належала до
hatred.
спільноти.
It is
Має
not
бути якісь
enough
інші
for
ознаки.
the
Тому ми
victim
завжди
to
фіксуємо
belong
такі
just
випадки,
to the LGBT
виявляється, що
community.
єдиним,
It need
критерієм
such a
несенсу
crime
вчинку
has
цього
to
інституту,
have
що жертва була
many other
фактичні
features.
критерії, наприклад, мають бути гомофобні, трансфобні.
There should be homophobos or transphobos
або
speech
на виході. Ось такі випадки, вони є ймовірними злочинами ненависті.
when, for example, you are attacked when you try to leave the gay club or something like that. So our selection was based on the materials of criminal investigation. Could you explain how the hatred crimes are being registered? Any person which has an information about alleged crime, any person may apply to police. Then the police is to start investigation to qualify it, to decide whether the crime took place. How to apply to us? We, one of those organizations which provide the services. You may access our site gay.org.ua, and there you can find the algorithm how to inform us about what happened to you. We will provide you with online consultation or explain how to apply to police. If it will result in the criminal investigation, we will be able to support you further. Currently, we have several cases in courts. One person, transgender person from Zhytomyr, another person from Kyiv, so you can apply to us. I'm Kostya, I'm from Zaporizhia. I have a question to Andrei. You mentioned that, in your opinion, after the end of the war and after Ukraine's victory, you do not think that the situation would not deteriorate? I had written survey results from the Kim Institute of Sociology, and they suggested that majority of Ukrainians will support a so-called strong hand in power. And don't you think that this will deteriorate the situations in our area, and that we will have not enough resources to stand for our rights, and we will compete with the other needs to reconstruct Ukraine? And quite often we can hear that the military servicemen will come from war and they will bring this country into order. So what we may expect in future. So in this context, why do you think that the situation with the LGBT rights advocacy would not deteriorate? First, I would like to respond to what you had been mentioned about. You have mentioned about strong hand. Of course, in Ukraine, there is now a demand for stronger power, but it does not automatically mean that this stronger power could be more repressive as to the LGBT community. And we can clearly observe that in many European democracies, stronger authorities quite often base their reform agenda on Euro trends and rather successfully. As for the bringing of Ukrainian servicemen back to civilian life, these are not only ultra-right who serve in army, all the society members, they serve in money, and servicemen from LGBT community will come from military service to the civilian life. And now they do not hide their orientation, they are more visual, and there will be the whole mixture of war veterans in our society. And I do not expect, I do not think that this will create problems. The only factor which deteriorates the attitude towards the LGBT community happens at the global level, when you are able to see positive LGBT characters in the movies, in public popular culture, then this promotes our movement and improves perception of LGBT community in our country also. Anya Довгопол, I would like to approach to the same issue from other angle, so to say. Currently, I work much with the female movement, and almost everybody keeps saying that after the war, everybody accepts that the situation in female movement will improve, and attacks on the female movement goes hand in hand with attacks on the LGBT movement. And currently many female organizations try to get prepared to that and promote female leadership.
людей, менше, видимих набагато менше.
So the visible MSMs, there will be less of them, definitely. I am personally very much concerned that, they even use sexual slurs against MSMs to name the enemies, which is again stigmatization. And yes, Andrei, you mentioned global trends, but again, there are also anti-gender conservative movements on the rise, and this is really scary. Besides those series and their heroes, we also see growing popularity of right-wing parties across Europe, which is really a threat. Right-wing parties and their growth means that there is support for them, which is again anti-women, anti-LGBT agenda. Maybe we don't have enough time to discuss that now, but I'd like to have a better discussion, a longer discussion, what to expect and how to prepare. Yes, I would agree with you that women's and gender matters are linked between themselves, but in order to understand that, one has to compare. When we see the current situation, we have to compare it with something else, with the previous condition. If we compare what we had 10 years back in Ukraine, and I've been dealing with LGBT topic for 25 years, I can see changes, and these have been positive ones. So yes, there are concerns, and there are also negative trends, but if we are to compare what we had last year with that, with what we have this year, I do see a progress, a clear progress. Women issues, it's not comparable, the level of discussion today and 10 years ago. It's completely different situation. Yes, something better is always an enemy of something just plainly good. But while willing for the best, we should also be able to value what we already have. Okay, thank you. I see the matter is really of interest for the audience. We are going a bit behind the agenda, but still, let us have one question. I'd like to support the idea of having a longer discussion on that, and I share these concerns. My experience working with women, with LGBT community, I do see these trends, not global, at the local level, at the level of our organization. So I'd really love to talk more about that. Okay, thank you for raising the matter. I think we can really talk more on that with greater interest among people for that, and it could be transferred to the last session of Sviatoslav, when we will be discussing the roadmap for the next year. This has to be discussed. The objective of our conference is to translate our ideas into actions, what we will have to do. So we have 3 days exactly to think how the ideas you've discussed now with Andrei could be translated into action at Sviatoslav's session. Yeah, I did understand this will be a point of discussion, and I intentionally included that because I'm really hearing these concerns, and this is a matter to be discussed indeed, because this is what concerns our community. I would also like to commend the fact that we have draft legislation law on same-sex same-sex marriages. And I'd like to thank every activist who is taking part in promoting it. We have an exhibition, by the way, this hall, which is called Our Dear Ones. It was created by Olga Nivka, and she will be here tomorrow, and so you will be able to talk to her. And the photographer by the photos, she's here with us today. Dear colleagues, we have
І ми продовжуємо 16-ту
And we continue with our 16th National LGBTQ conference. We are looking at numbers, facts, and talk about everything related to LGBTQ community in Ukraine. This conference, meanwhile, is also about stories from real people, and we have someone in the hall for whom this day is rather special. A birthday, actually. Please raise your hand. So let us break with formalities a bit. So a big welcome and congratulations. Happy birthday.
Отак, як бачите, що навіть ЛГБТ-конференція
So as you can see, even LGBTQ conference is not a reason to miss on one's birthday. Meanwhile, we continue talking on some quite relevant topic, and we have a second part of the topic actually to uncover with two speakers to talk about the condition of LGBTQ community in the wartime. Please welcome Maxim Kosenchuk from the expert group on MSM and LGBT rights online, and Julia Familia from Cohorta CSO, representative of transgender community at the National Council for Prevention of HIV, AIDS, and TB. We will be talking about challenges, about barriers, and ways of overcoming them and fighting them. So from the outset, I'd like to give the mic over to Maxim. And in order to have our communication even less formal, here's a personal question to you, Maxim. How this year has been, or rather a year and a half of this large war for you? How it went? What you had to or have been having to go through, and then there will be time for you to present the results of your survey. So 22, 23, and you. Dear friends, dear colleagues, hope you can hear me. Thank you. Thank you for deformalizing the meeting. I joined the happy birthday congratulations concerning me, myself. For me, the year has been, as always, full of quite intensive work. Unfortunately, outside Ukraine, I am in Estonia after being in occupation in Mariupol. I am now working to collect data, to systemize data, systemize them, and present them in a way to the public. And I mean the data not just about Ukraine, but also about Estonia, Tajikistan, and other post-Soviet countries. And now about the presentation. Let's fire it up. Would be nice also to have it so that I could see it as well. And while waiting, let me remind you, everyone, that you can ask your questions at the end of the panel discussion. Next slide, please. So about me, Kostya mentioned already that I'm an expert in an expert group, but primarily now I'm a research fellow at the Sociology Institute at the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. And my doctoral thesis is exactly about Ukraine and other post-Soviet countries, looking into the future, how the thing goes and how they modernize. You can contact me via the phone, email, Telegram, other channels. In the first panel session, we had lots of words. Here is the time for more figures and pictures. So what about the progress of our community? It's not just about legislation, it's also about people and their organizations. I'd like to show you how it all changed, in the span of nearly 30 years of existence of Ukraine. This is to show the number of organizations officially registered or delisted throughout the time from 1990 till today. The lower graph is for Estonia. For you to compare, this is an EU country, 40 times less than Ukraine, yet still the number of their organization is growing. Meanwhile, what has happened in Ukraine? Until 2004, 2005, the number of organizations had increased slightly, but not impressive. And in about 2004, Global Fund to fight HIV/AIDS sent money into Ukraine, and that translated into a boom of new organization. Then the money dried out, and the Global Fund was to leave Ukraine at some point, and that really slowed the growth of the numbers. Those that had existed, they continued existing with a bit less of new ones appearing. Then in 2022, a disaster struck. Part of the country became occupied on top of their occupation of 2014. That effectively disallowed any further operation for some organizations, and we can see this drop. So yeah, they remain like registered officially, but obviously those organizations in either Mariupol or Donetsk, they are not operational. Also, not sure if those in Kherson can operate. Now from organizations to human dimension, number of members for MSMs, given that this is about HIV-related funds, we can see the figures for a variety of countries, post-Soviet ones, and for Ukraine, this calculation stands at 2.2% of adult males. The number has been rather steady, fluctuating around some hundreds or tens of percent, but roughly we may say about an estimate of 2% of MSMs. Most of the data we can see from Kazakhstan, the biggest number, but the data date back to 2017. Data from some other countries also fall in the same interval of 2 to 3%. Could be for different reasons. It's unimportant for now. What is important for us is to understand that official figures have about 2% of MSMs. I will steal the bread a bit from the next speaker, Julia, by speaking about transgender people. The estimates are not free from problems, and we see the numbers are far lower. The data started to be collected about 3 years ago, and we see certain deviations and differences. Well, it depends on the defining factors, how we define transgender people, and whether the figures are generally accessible for the country. I'm not sure, like, why this number for Azerbaijan is, given that the situation there is far from rosy there. We had a third round of review in Ukraine, so we are the first among many other countries. And from here, the numbers, it's really a negligible number as a share of the adult. Next slide, please. Recently, I asked many of you in personal communication via Facebook. I was asking some assessment of yours as to the amount of contribution that LGBT activists make to the movement. The first estimate was made in 2012 by Anya Dovbuch, and then we continued with that. So currently the number stands, the annual one is about $2,500, an equivalent dollars of contribution made by each activist. It's not about money, it's rather about labor time, like how much time each of you has contributed to have the movement developed, to have right prepared, to prepare for events like this conference, and so on. So this is a rough estimate, but this is quite a sizable figure that provides a better understanding of what is happening and has been happening in our volunteer movement. If we add those individual contributions from our activists, we will see that the total annual will stand at around 370,000 USD. Again, this is an estimate which might well be bigger because we cannot calculate the number of initiative groups and their contributions. Still, just for comparison's sake, 2011 and this year, the contributions actually exceeded donor contributions to MSMs and HIV-related services. To say that our joint work is at the very least comparable to what has been done by people paid by donors to support vulnerable groups. And let me stop here and go to another slide, which will be about the discussion we started at the previous session. It was a discussion, an arduous one, between Andrei, Kostya, and other participants as to do we have trends. Particularly, the presentation would tell us that, yeah, things are getting better and we are inching towards better future. Unfortunately, this is not the case. Let us go back into the history of it. Let us revisit the red dots, which are real-world figures obtained by polling agencies in the representative surveys of the Ukrainian public. And we will see that from around 2002 through 2016, nothing really happened in Ukraine. Well, things did happen, but it never changed public opinion. We see that the figures remained roughly where they were, 32, 33, 36%. So no happiness inside. Then 2022 came, and with it another survey commissioned by Наш Світ Center, and it showed a sharp increase in LGBT supporters. Whether it is a real situation or this is a side effect of the war and maybe some change of survey methods, how to be explained. Dots in other colors represent polls and surveys carried out by other institutions in other countries. And these seem to confirm that the support started growing much earlier than it had started in around 2016. The purple dot is for my organization, the Sotsprojekt, and the black ones are from the Institute for Support of Democracy. Then we had the war. You can see it marked with a vertical separation line. And in theory, one would expect that, generally in crisis situations, people tend to revert to more patriarchal beliefs. This is a real case observation, but for some reason it didn't happen here. We still see this high level of support. I'd like to thank here women organizations and Rank and File women for their great assistance and support. If we compare the data with other surveys carried out in Ukraine, we will see that it were women who started, regular heterosexual women started becoming more proactive, started assuming more responsibility for the families, for volunteer engagement, and so on, which corresponds to the trends. Yes, our activities as a community are also important. And surely there are still prides and our conferences and our personal individual openness. But again, there are not that many of us. And because of that, I would agree with Andriy that this is probably the factor of lesser importance than the activity of regular rank and file women. And Ukraine is no standalone case here. You can see similar curve in Estonia, in Lithuania, Latvia, in Poland, with its conservative trends, even in Hungary, actually. So this is quite a universal trend. When we sit at the same level, nothing is happening, years go, 2, 3 years, maybe more, then some abrupt rise and again plateau. So we've discussed the level of support. Will it remain after the war? Let me remind you the exotic situation in Iran. There was time when there males could dance for other males, even wear skirts. Nothing like that now. In spite of all the global trends, some changes are not for the better, but for the worse. Check Belarus, check Poland, with certain problems visible there. And the key problem is related not just with politicians, policies, and economic prospects for the country, Well, what the future holds for Ukraine? Suppose we won, and Ukrainian flag is over Donetsk. Now imagine those people who listen to Solovyov, Shari, Skabeva, and other prominent Russian propagandists for 9 years. And these people will come and vote. Several million. Will we see great support from them? Surely not. I do agree that we run high risks here. High risks of not having an ideal society in terms of LGBT acceptance after the war. The society is and will remain not free from conflict, and definitely there will be those to squarely blame for everything. Migrants, women, LGBT and racial minorities. And unfortunately, the situation holds nothing good for us in terms of the future. Let me stop at this. I'd like to thank you for your attention. This is our not rosy situation. Now we need some optimism after that, but I'd like to thank Maxim Kosenchuk, expert in MSM and LGBT community matters, research fellow from the Institute of Sociology of the Ukrainian Academy of Science. And before passing the mic over to Yulia, I'd like to ask you, Yulia, what can you tell us about this year and a half of war, how it has been for you? Hi, colleagues. I'm Yulia Familieva, program coordinator. Now to a question, Konstantin. From 22nd of February last year, I say it was a shock. A day before, I tried to convince my friend that it would never happen. So it had been a shock, with no clear understanding where to go, where to hide. Then people start calling in, explaining their problems. Some of them had nothing to eat. Someone had problems with leaving the countries. Others would say that they could not bring their pets with them, or would complain about the lack of medical services. And that was the time when the work started. So the work that, well, actually all of us have been involved in that. And as regards transgender people, I do know that all the initiative groups and organizations working with transgenders, they kicked in immediately. They worked for 18 to 20 hours a day. And I think it was really a huge help in that it helped me to survive through it. It was hectic and very big activity that helped me to survive.
Людина якби не було до всього звикає, люди знаходять собі якісь нові там процеси життєві. І ми слідуємо за ними, допомагаємо їм в налагодженні нормального життя, повертаємося вже більше до програмної діяльності від гуманітарну. Структуризуємо. Нещодавно в нас було навчання аутрайту, за що дякую. І будемо далі працювати так, і я в цьому працюю, бачу в цьому, свої життєві процеси.
I continue to work in this, and I see the objective of life. Thank you, Yulia. Now, let us start with your presentation. about challenges that that transgender community face after beginning of the full-scale war. I am a member of the NGO Kagarda. I'm representative of transgender community in the National Council on Counteraction to Tuberculosis and HIV/AIDS infection. And I've been a member since the first formation of that council. So what challenges did the community face since February 24th? First of all, the mass relocation of transgender people abroad and in more safe regions of Ukraine. The biggest problems were with crossing the border. Many people from Kherson, from Zaporizhia, tried to cross the border. All those people, these were activists, of course, they were very proactive, but crossing the border had become a huge problem. The biggest problem was with transgender women who are, these are transgender women who are women, but they have male gender markers, which are not altered, not changed yet, and this created a lot of problems. Eventually, we had created a corridor in Uzhgorod where we had to get special permits from the military commissions, and now such transgender women, they have problems. They cannot be liberated from compulsory military service, and now the procedure had become rather complicated. There is a strict list of diagnosis, and in order 434 of the medical order, the Ministry of Health, which advises either to liberate fully from military service, this is 18A form, or in line with the form 18B, which means partial liberation from compulsory military service. And this second this second type of document, the second form of document, does not allow transgender women to leave the territory of Ukraine. Those who managed to cross the border, they were able to join special shelters created by such organizations as Alliance Global, and also in Ukraine, in Chernivtsi, in Odessa, we managed to create shelters for transgender people, which are also supported by Outright and Projector NGOs. What else was demanded very much? Humanitarian support, of course. People who escaped to those shelters, they required a lot of assistance. Those people who found their places in shelters, and those who even remained at homes, they faced the multiple economic problems. They found themselves without jobs. That problem always had a
отримувати цю допомогу. Це були спочатку фінансова допомога.
but with the outbreak of war, the problem of employment even worsened, and
Людям теж
we
те, що
started
потрібно для
to
препарати замісної гормональної терапії.
provide organized, centralized support from our resources to people who require hormone replacement therapy, and there are several organizations which distribute such therapy and treatments in line with medical prescriptions, and especially we have to check whether these people are adults, not minors. What other challenges? The limited access to medical assistance. Many people who escaped to new places, they lost connection with transgender tolerant medical workers and physicians, and our organization cohort has compiled a list of a database of doctors and physicians who and other medical specialists who are able to provide qualified medical services to such people. Also, you may recollect that blackouts constituted rather difficult problems, and we had to organize resilience points, again shelters, allow people to charge their telephones. That has become rather important because before, even before the war, they had a specific psychological condition, and the war only worsened that condition. What had been done during this year, we were able to organize broad humanitarian support to provide necessary equipment in crisis, like power banks, like Owen's provision of hormone replacement therapy and other necessary medical services. Also, support to all shelters which we had organized. Everywhere where transgender people were able to find themselves, everywhere we tried to provide support. Also, another aspect is psychological support, peer-to-peer consultations, because we are restricted community, we are a closed community, and peer-to-peer advice, peer-to-peer consultations, it is very important. We are able to provide information about medical services, about transgender issues, and also and legal consultations as well. Also, we managed to arrange advocacy and mobilizing activity under the war conditions. Now, under the auspice of the Global Fund with the support from Public Health Alliance, we has held 25 events in different regions and have covered 250 persons. And for the year 2023, we had in our plans 37 different events covering 420 people. And we have in our plans 11 events more. Our advocacy work. Our major advocacy work is aimed at creating inclusive environment for transgender people. This is acceptance, this is understanding, provision of inclusive services. We try to pathologize the transgenderness. The biggest problem with the sense unified classification, the transgender people have a diagnosis as psychologically ill people with psychological disease, and now we advocate for the new standards of medical assistance to transgender people, paths, which are based on depathologization of transgender transition. Also, we strengthen our cooperation with universities and medical universities and advocate for special training of students, medical students about transgender issues. Then we study the barriers of transgender transition. Also, we advocate the inclusion of transgender community into the key HIV groups. As of now, order of the Ministry of Health number 104 does not contain our community as a key HIV group, but just because there is no proper definition who transgender people are.
Але що таке гендерна ідентичність і гендер, у нас в законодавстві немає такого визначення. Тому ми дуже сподіваємось, що імплементацію Стамбульської конвенції, де йде
We believe that
кілька десятків законних та підзаконних актів, і ми будемо мати нарешті це визначення.
Юлія, вибачте, я змушений вас трошки перебити. У нас дуже
I have to interrupt you because it is limited. So, will you please sum up? Yes. We also participate in the national LGBTQ plus consultations. What are our plans for the future? In brief, we have to revive transgender activist potential in Ukraine, and in this view, we plan to create a network of new training centers. We welcome those who come back from abroad. We also we plan to organize a trans forum, which we successfully hosted in 2022 and plan it for the future. Then we advocate for creation of trans-inclusive space in medical sphere and organize post-training courses for physicians. So our plans are broad, and you can find more detailed information on our website. Thank you. During this session, you have heard a lot, and I would like only to remind you that we spoke today to Yulia Familieva and your cohort, trans community representative of the National Council on TB AIDS, and Maxim Kasenchuk, and expert group on MSM and LGBT health and rights, and an expert from the Institute of Sociology. Current our session is over. See you during the next session.
Окей. Доброго дня. Вітаю всіх на конференції.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the conference. I'm happy to see so many people in this room and online who watch us on stream. Let us start with the introduction, the conditions in which all the Ukrainians find themselves these days. The situation of war entails a lot of trauma, transphobia, homophobia. This creates preconditions for that, and that's why it is important to strengthen friendly relations and to open our services for and make them accessible for all the population. Today, we will discuss our experiences, our small victories, and discuss lessons learned from what did not work. So I'm pleased to give the floor to Andrei Bogoslovets from mental health organization, and Andrei will make a presentation highlighted Mentalk, all Ukrainian service for providing psychological support and assistance for LGBTQI+. Hello, I represent a project which is called Mentalk, which provides support and assistance to LGBT+. I have a small experience in organization of public awareness campaigns where we organize awareness campaigns for MSM, for HIV positive. Today, I would like to share my experience about our awareness campaigns and experience in the area of psychology that we gained in the course of implementing psychological projects. Will you please explain how to use that? Now about the project. How the project appeared. After February 24, we faced the attack on Ukraine, and PrEP project on which we worked before the full-scale invasion, it was totally suspended because we found ourselves unable to provide the services close to the contact line, etc. And of course, many IDPs and very soon we understood that our experience of psychological projects had to be increased, and this is how our project raised.
Створення мережі дружніх професійних організацій і донорів.
So we had come
Right. So the services, we have individual counseling. We understood that the minimum number of counseling for someone in stress, also chronic stress from the war, the number is 4. And because of that, everyone can get 4 counseling courses. This is also one of donor preconditions for someone from frontline territories, they can have double of that, 8 counseling sessions. We don't understand that everyone will feel stress from the war, regardless of location, whether Dnipro or Zaporizhia or Kharkiv closer to the front line or in Kiev, somewhere in a more remote location. Anyway, because of the news and everything happening around, it will affect everyone. I personally think that LGBTQ community is facing stigma and other such discrimination. They will have even stronger stress conditions. And from what we see from the counseling sessions, we see that everything becomes exacerbated in war. It happens because of, also probably due to chronic stress conditions. We also provide group counseling when our psychologists offer events. These are unique by nature. It could be like mutual assistance groups or psychological support clubs or anything like that. The number of counseling sessions is great. And we also have intervention groups for psychologists working with us 1, 2, 3 times a month. We also have a unique feature that we've never offered before. We work with a psychiatrist, so that whenever a psychologist gets understanding that someone who addressed us is in need of more expert psychiatrist advice or even medication, such person can be referred to this psychiatrist, and the cost of medicine, if any, will be covered. The cost of treatment actually will be covered by the project. As we are a servicing organization, a service provider, we have multiple staff members working across regions to offer also HIV-related services. We do understand that war stress contributes to burnout, and we have certain measures on offer to mitigate burnout, as well as supervision sessions for our staff members and volunteers. So we have 5 psychologists, 1 psychiatrist in Kyiv, Lviv, Dnipro, and Kharkiv. The psychiatrist is in Kyiv, stationed here. When looking for cities as locations, we checked the Hornet application to see which cities had most of migration happening there. We have agreements with Hornet, and we can use this application to check for migration routes. Anyone from the LGBTQ community can be our customers. They can use the ads to address us. They can be referred by the friends through shelters, actually through any organization. It could be customers from prevention programs from Global Alliance. It can be customers from humanitarian directions. Also members of organizations, their projects and regions. This is the map of our activities. We currently have 4 cities in which we are present, and where we are able to have offline meeting. There is an office there, a shelter with rooms for counseling sessions there. Sometimes we have a room for psychologists. It even can happen via Zoom or via Messenger. So this is how our website looks like. Our website uses same principle as other awareness-raising campaigns. We offer news. There is the core functionality where you can register for a service based on the city of your location. Even select a psychologist he or she might want to engage in. You can check the background of the professional, and you can select opportune time for a counseling session. And there is a supervision-related module for staff members. This slide shows a bit of statistics, just right off the bat to explain you what's in here. We have lots of projects offering different types of psychological counseling and assistance. This project has been implemented with support from CDP donor. And we have plans of offering 1,388 consultations for almost 350 customers within 2 years. We have anti-burnout sessions for NGO representatives. As of this October, we provided 518 counseling sessions for 204 customers, and that gave us understanding that the real demand is much higher. There are many more clients willing to have more counseling and advice, and definitely our 2-year plans will be overperformed in shorter time. 34 customers of the total of 204 were referred to the psychiatrist, and the cost of their treatment has been covered by our organization. We had a larger anti-burnout event. Yes, I'm about to wrap up very soon. We have an alert application, and we do understand that such event should happen in a place where people can really relax. We had an agenda designed by professional psychologists, and we looked for a place to offer this really feeling of relaxation. Because of that, we opted for Carpathian Mountain region, Yaremche, the town of Yaremche, known to be a resort, a recreational center that can really treat people even without war. And we had a couple of donors. One of them covered psychologist services, others offered Slovenia. We also use donors to spread information about the services we offer. Still more that many more organizations are looking into opportunities of having such similar events also on their own to help their own staff. Yeah, I'm being told that the time is up. And just one more slide with your permission. Yeah, 30 seconds. So if we talk about the roadmap in terms of our counseling, designing and distributing programs of psychological counseling support of LGBTQ community members is our core target, as well as the topic of preparing professionals. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Andrei. Coming to the second part of your proposal, it's really nice to see that professionals involved in the project. I do remember me teaching them years ago about how to approach LGBT communities, how to be more friendly and open with them. And this is really nice to see how these projects of ours translate and merge into each other. We have questions online and here from the audience. Let me start with a tricky question first. We witnessed a huge outflow, not just of regular citizens, but also of professionals. It started right after the beginning of this full-scale invasion, and it has continued since. So the question is, could you name the city where it was the hardest for you to find relevant professionals? And also, do you see any differences in number of counseling requests based on city location, maybe closer to frontline, further away from it? Let me start from the end of it. I think the most requests we get in Kyiv, obviously because we have most of LGBT communities members are now here. The hardest for us to find professionals was for us in Lviv. What was the third part? Do you see any correlation between frontline and remote communities? Well, the biggest number of requests we have in Kyiv because of the sheer number of people here. As regards frontline communities, we see people trying to leave them. And requests from there, I would say, they're more serious in terms of the topic. Okay, thank you. Any questions from the floor? To Andrei. Maybe questions online? Okay. Can we have a mic here? Everyone in the front row. Yes, I'm Svetoslav Sheremet. Do you have any idea as to what type of disease people are ultimately diagnosed with after referred to psychiatrists? Well, this is not my cup of tea, actually, because I'm working mostly on psychological topics. And so I'm not ready to give you any information. Well, thank you, but it would be nice to know of that. Well, I did not prepare any information on that because, I'm not sure if it would be okay to share this information. I didn't sign a non-disclosure agreement of sort of that. But yeah, I agree with you. There are certain limitations, like for medics. It is too early to speak about diagnosis being connected to hostilities. I think after the victory, we will be more free, more able to analyze this. At the moment, we are in the condition when people may feel disadaptation and other such stressful conditions, but it's too early to judge. Okay, we see the floor heating up. Yeah. Thank you. I represent Alliance Global. Andrei Chernyshov is my name. I do understand that antidepressant drugs are definitely most in demand. Yes, because these can be prescribed also for stressful conditions. If people address medic staff abroad, most of the time, they will be given antidepressant drug without any further discussions. You have the war, definitely you're in stress. Okay, a couple of questions from me. First concerns about some better settings for your mental website. It loads sluggishly, I would say. I did use it, so it would be nice to tweak it up. Next. Do you intend to enroll more professionals in psychology in cities? Because the number of psychologists available is limited and people cannot, work 24/7. Well, regarding the website, we've been working on that. We are trying to improve it because we had some attempts to put us offline. We had DDoS attacks. We ran into some problems with it. And so now we are working to fix everything and to update the site. Now, regarding enrollment of more psychological officers, it will depend on our roadmap and the need to have more programs because psychologists have to get paid for their work. So technically speaking, with more programs available, it will be possible to have more psychologists and better site functionality. Okay, then I suggest we go on because we have still speakers to go through and the rest of questions can be left for the end of it. Let me invite another speaker today to talk about psychological support. Please welcome ECOM Coordinator for Potential Development, Elena Herman. She will be talking about building up a counseling system, particularly chatbot functionality for LGBT community members. I already see Lena, I do remember this child being born, and it's really interesting for me to hear. Well, after the birth time, how things go now.
Дякую тобі, Марино. Зараз розповім все про нашу таку
Thank you, Marina.
про наш чат-бот якомовський.
Now about the magic child, the chatbot from ECOM. But before that, I'm very glad to see all of you today. Sorry for this patchy communication. I'm on a business trip now, and the internet here is not really good, but I do hope it will allow us to understand each other.
Консультанти, хто допомагає, ми можемо вивести мою презентацію, так, щоб я її теж бачила.
So, dear technical team, please screen my presentation so that I could see it as well. I will be happy to field your questions. Now, regarding systemic counseling and the system, we don't understand that counseling can be provided by also other organizations. But again, in this regard, why ECOM? Because the system itself helps us perform better. Next slide. I hope you know that ECOM is about the Eurasian Coalition for Status and Rights of LGBTQ people. We are not a service provider. We are dealing with advocacy efforts in Central Asia and Eastern Europe region. With the start of the war, I mean the full-scale invasion, ECOM became one of the first organizations to start offering counseling support for the members. The logo was changed in first hours of the war. And we asked our colleagues and customers to see what are the most immediate needs. One of the first was the request for counseling and support. This fear of the future developments, problems with night dreams, and so on. We understood it was necessary to design a system and to select a team to operate it. We did not have money for counseling, so we asked our donors to somehow channel or shift funds for these needs. And me being the coordinator of this type of assistance, I had to understand how we could design the system, how we as psychologists and other professionals would help.
яким чином
how we should react to requests,
я потім як координаторка зможу подивитися,
how I, as the coordinator,
було опрацьоване це замовлення, так, і
can see that the request has been catered, how to do the costing, how to report everything to donors, and so on.
Я починала з того, що я опитувала усіх моїх
I
колег.
started with questioning, interviewing all of my colleagues.
Я питала усіх своїх колег, яким чином ви робили ваш
Marina might remember. I asked everyone, how did you design your hotline? Like, girls from SOS Maidan suggested a group in WhatsApp to collect requests to share information. I was told that it could be tweaked somehow. But from the beginning, we understood that a systemic point, an aha point, would be to create a chatbot, and Ukrainian IT professionals started to help us. They designed a chatbot for us so that on 8th of March, just a bit more than a week from the beginning of the war, we already had our chatbot up and running. We had a team of psychologists to operate it. At the beginning, we had not just psychologists, but also other professionals. We consulted crisis psychologists from the Polish Stefan Batory Fund to know more how to provide counseling in wartime conditions. I got a training from them. And I was told that given the language problem is a highly controversial topic in the society now, we should be able to provide bilingual assistance and counseling in Ukrainian and in Russian. We invited chatbot professionals not from Ukraine. Those definitely were not inside this war room-like scenario in Ukraine. Psychologists from other countries, like from Tajikistan, for example, it would be much easier for them to operate instead of doing it from, I don't know, shelter under missile striking. Now we try to analyze requests from customers, whether it is about depression, relocation, PTSD, or antiretroviral therapy, scheme change, and so on. So now we have 12 professionals operating the chatbot. Social welfare officers, psychologists, doctors, peer consultants, lawyers. Throughout the time, throughout more than a year and a half, we provided more than 5,500 counseling sessions and success stories from our customers are really an inspiration for us when we see people improving their life conditions, restoring the relations with the loved ones, with the families, and so on. This is so rewarding to hear and see it. People can come up with a variety of requests. We had a real request from someone in Southern Korea, like, where could I get access to PrEP? Or how to survive the loss of my beloved one? Or I was to come out, but in this situation, I'm not sure. Or how to contact with my loved one who is serving in the army, and so on. The chatbot was included in the list of providers Sorry for being a bit emotional about that, but this is one of my pet projects that I spend the whole of my time, I think, now. Another very important moment was to understand that people have to know about the service. They need to know how to access the chatbot when needed. And we had an awareness raising campaign with Marina Didenko through Facebook, Instagram. We posted ads in Cornet. We invited some media personalities like Melvin, Larissa. I involved them in advertising our chatbot. And that really worked. Most of our customers are LGBTQ community members in Ukraine and abroad.
Саме інформація, так, вона залучає наших клієнтів та клієнток та
This information that we provided, it really allowed our customers, prospective customers, to connect and relate. Now, regarding challenges in our operation,
так, то звичайно про нас дізнаються не тільки наші майбутні.
Given our advertising, we become known also not only among our target group members, but also among homophobic part of the public. And these are just examples of their attempts to communicate with our psychologists.
Там заявку, там на психологічну консультацію, ось, і людина мені там записує звуковий файл. Да, і ми розуміємо, що
trying to
онлайн-консультування, так, це доволі складно, там дійсно там
really mess with it. Sometimes people would send audio, recorded audio as a request for counseling. And sometimes it goes from homophobes. You can get all sorts of nasty things in those audio files. We decided to make our chatbot more savvy, introducing functionality to block unwanted customers.
У якого
Леночка, в
постійно
тебе буквально
сидіться
хвилинка.
батарея, так, то ви мене розумієте. Тому що тільки ми один проєкт розпочали, він вже закінчується.
Understand me how it is difficult to fundraising. We can start one, then finish it within 2 months, and we have to fundraise for another one. I cannot even tell you how many projects I have designed within last several months. This is a continuous story.
Ну так, трошечки. Давайте те саме останній.
On the next slide, this is the last slide of my presentation.
Так, зрозуміло, дякую. Можна я те саме дам хвилиночку? Ну, как би, що далі, так, що ми намагаємося...
What do we plan for the future?
Це будувати саме системно. То, по-перше,
First of all,
для нас дуже важливо запровадити підтримки ментального здоров'я саме роботу урядових організацій, саме як компоненту
to introduce mental health aspects into many NGOs, to make it systemic, not just occasional. Then advocacy and fundraising for the mental health aspect in LGBT community. Our objective is to show that mental health is an important component and should be included in the minimal package of HIV service. We are ready to describe our work on chatbot, on how to organize it, how to monitor it. If you need to know more on this aspect, if you want a piece of advice from us, if you have questions how chatbot works, I'm always ready to answer, and I believe that mental health is important in the times of war. Elena had already answered about had answered to many questions that we have received in chat about funding, about fundraising, etc. Now, my question about confidentiality. When you write in chat box, you could be identified. How do you provide and ensure this confidentiality, and how do you monitor it?
Дивіться, цей чат-бот у нас у Телеграмі,
Thank you
тому
for your question. Chatbot exists in Telegram, and you can change your nickname anytime, and you may apply under different name. For us, it does not matter which time
свій нік
which nickname you have. Our chatbot establishes not IP but IP address, but it identifies a special code, and we do not trace back these codes. As for the monitoring purposes, we have our special consultation logs, that is, reviews of the consultations. But in those logs, in those reviews, we use just nicknames which people use in Telegram, and only psychologists have access or I might has access to such consultation logs, and also I have access to this log. This is done just for review. That is, I can have a general idea about the number of consultations, and then understand the aspects on which people applied to psychologists. I recollect how in March, when that chatbot was introduced, how successful it had become from the very beginning. And now I invite Aseva Yulia, academician from the National Academy of Psychological Sciences. She will present traditional and alternative methods of psychotherapy in times of war. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you and we can see you. I'm happy to welcome you. I see many familiar faces in this room, and of course I wish to all of us to gain peace eventually. So I would like the organizers to put my presentation on the screen because the time is limited. You have 10 minutes for presentation.
По-перше, це що стосується класичних та наступний слайд. І там про мене можна пропустити, так, щоб було цікавіше, вже представили. Тому що саме цікаве це дослідження, яке ми проводили.
The most interesting part of my presentation is a survey. Besides being a practical psychologist, I'm head of the chair of psychology in Odessa University, and we carry out several surveys. In 2021 and 2022, we made a survey about research about anxiety among teenagers, and we try to understand what anxieties and fears did teenagers have. And similar survey was carried out first in autumn 2021, and then in 2022, we involved 126 teenagers between 16 and 22 years of age into our survey, and the part of LGBTQI plus were 40% from general amount of teenagers, and 21% of them were in normal condition. A bit higher level of anxiety amounted to 2%, and 36% had very high level of anxiety. But after large scale invasion, we have very different figures. We do not have people without any anxiety at all, while we had 3% of them. Then we have only 6% of people with normal level of anxiety, and then 56, that is 94% of teenagers have high levels of anxiety, then it is considered to be normal. 38% have a very high level of anxiety, and we recommended to apply to psychiatrists, and 57% had a bit slightly higher levels of anxiety. What are the fears most peculiar for teenagers? In general, teenagers have the following fears. The fear of public presentation. All that remained in the past. Now we have new fears. I am concerned about new fears. 68% of teenagers fear the illness of family members. Then 50% have the fear of aggressive actions against them. 48% fear of illness
насильства або злочинних дій. Тобто ці страхи взагалі повинні бути притаманні
fears of
під
poverty, etc. So these are fears which are not peculiar for teenagers, and due to the situation in which we exist, young people become subject to all these fears. From my own practice, I should state that I have a lot of people with prolonged stress with the combined PSTD syndrome, and the results of our experimental survey suggest that the situation is becoming worse and worse, and a lot of people require psychological assistance. We try to draw attention of the Ministry of Science and Ministry of Healthcare to this fact, and to develop special programs which will be aiming teenagers and the younger population. This is inevitable if we want to revive the country after this war. As of today, I'm very helpful. Today, I would like to express my gratitude to WHO organizations, to its special program which delivers special programs for psychiatrists and teach how to develop tolerant attitude towards multiple communities inside the society. And I believe that today those psychiatrists who are prepared to be tolerant to different groups of population, their number is growing. As for the methods of psychiatry which were used during war, psychotherapy is a specific type of interaction between a doctor and the patient. We have traditional or classical methods as psychoanalytical, cognitive behavior, gestalt therapy, and existential humanistic.
Травматичну ситуацію там за 6-10 консультацій. На сьогоднішній день вони мають
many of them require between 6 and 10 consultations per patient. But this is in-depth and long-term therapy, which may be substituted with art therapy. Art therapy allows to decrease the acute cases, to decrease the strain in acute cases. This allows to live out anxiety and fears via art, and you can use drawing, plastics, anything which is able to change the psychological status of the patient. New treatment method is neurographics.
Повідомлення між мозком, да, і іншими частинами тіла.
This is like a message between your status in visual signs. Then mask therapy, and you understand this, we create a mask, and via this creation of a mask, we decrease our anxiety. And the fairy tale therapy and sand therapy. Metaphorical correction of attitudes. This is another new method. Before, I had developed metaphorical correction of attitudes, therapy, rational emotional therapy, and the integration of the I movement. Having been united, all those therapies allow to resolve quite serious problems within 4-6 consultations. And I can also offer training in this my methods to those who might be interested to master new types of therapies. I would encourage to answer question, what has this sounding world prepared for me today? And keeping that in mind, please choose among these four drawings. This is an attempt, this is an exercise to show how it works. And the next slide, please.
Марія, якщо вам не складно, я попрошу вас, як спікера, трішки
Maria, would you please participate as a moderator?
Так. І що ви на неї бачите з позиції, що вам Всесвіт на сьогодні приготував?
Мені здається,
How will you describe what the world is offering to you today? I met new people, I've exchanged with emotions and energy. I think that these are pictures with multiple meanings. So it was card number 3. Who has chosen card number 3? May I ask this man in a red hoodie to take the mic? I'm Vitaly. What can I see on this card? I can see a deep well. This is about the depths. I see a bridge. I see a river. A river is about swimming. We had come together to be in one flow. And we are looking into the future. And this well shows how we rushed into this well and united our efforts. Who else would like to share your associations related to card number 3, to picture number 3? Yes, let us do that.
Асоціації в мене ще є поверхня, земля і
I can see a surface, an earth, and a well, and behind it there is a well, there is a depth with many senses, there is a river. We are going in depth, and there is a big world, so we should not look at
Дякую.
this.
Це, ось так приблизно
Thank you.
працюють
This is
наші асоціації.
how
Тут
our
піддалися
associations
проєктам
work.
ведучі, наші учасники,
You
і доєдналися
subjected to the interpretation started by our moderator, but actually each of us will have different associations on the first, on each out of that pictures. That allows us to work out, to
Тому за допомогою метафори і
remove
додаванням методів
the
ми
psychological
орієнтовної на вирішення або побудування емі, або надавання проблем.
statuses, the psychological situations which we have inside. This is how our clients can get rid of the biggest concerns and strongest anxieties. Thank you for the invitation. I was happy to see so many familiar faces, and thank you for your attention. The cards were fantastic. I have appreciated them very much, and we move forward. I'm very much inspired with the next presentation, the topic of diversity in the concept of transgender. I think this is an extremely interesting topic and extremely interesting discussion. That's why I invite Jan Gubski, program manager and project leader in NGO Transgeneration. Dear participants of the conference in the room and following our in-stream, I will do my best to stack with the time limit. In this slide, is important to make a note on our website, Facebook, and to go there to get more information about our project, a bit about the work of our team during the war. Of course, the war forced us to has caught us quite unexpectedly, and we had to change focus from mobilization of our community to humanitarian aid supplies to our members. We also organize psychological consultations for transgender people, both in Ukraine and abroad, those who fled abroad, and also we provided financial support, and now we are at the stage when we can find more sustainable solutions for the for further development of our activity. Our team had to leave Ukraine and to work online for some period of time, but now most of all are back to Ukraine, and now we are happy. The war imposed a lot of acute mental problems and for the community, for our target community, and including neuro differences, neuro distinction in the context of our project suggests the autistic spectrum, autistic people, they are not ill, they have specificities in the neurosystem, they have the issues with the focusing of attention. These are people with just another type of neurosystem. Among our team, we have people with neurodiversity, and we have found out that big percentage of our community, they have a demand for this type of assistance. We also found out that our surrounding environment is non-inclusive for such people. We made a review of multiple research. Oxford research suggests that among transgender people, the percentage of people with neuro deviations is between 3 and 6 times higher than among average population. And now NDI supports our activity and our projects in this area. We try to involve people with distinct people and transgender people into our project on raising awareness about such people and their needs. And we also work with professionals who deliver services to transgender community. These are psychologists, physicians, doctors, specialists, etc. You may follow up publications in our social network, which show the results of our work. You may find a lot of PDF publications about results of our work and which we have prepared to assist professionals who work with transgender community. Another type of our activity is aimed at bringing more cisgender partners and these are medical staff, those who work with us, into dialogue with our organization. Objective here is to have a pool of specialists whom our members of community may approach We have a person who maintain contacts with bloggers, with the doctors and physicians, and establishes contacts between our community and also we assist people with autism and transgender. You may go to our social networks and you will find more information about stimming, meltdown, masking, etc. These are quite different, very narrow areas in which doctors and the broader community should be aware. We also develop strategies how such people can help to each other. We develop strategies for inclusive work, and we raise awareness about gender specificities and adaptation of such people with neurospecificities. And in Ukraine, we have problems with diagnostics of diagnostics of people with neurospecificities and autism. In Ukraine, autism is believed to be the problem of small children, and not enough doctors are able to put diagnosis of autism to adults in Ukraine. Also, we do not have unified clinical protocols. Many medical workers have no qualification in that, specifically when they meet with transgender people. And actually, transgender people have a big problems when have even barriers in applying for medical help. How can you promote our project to disseminate our materials and publications? You may bring neuro-specific transgender people into discussions about their rights and health. We also create favorable environment without de-pathologization of approach, and we create inclusive environment. My presentation is over. I'm very grateful for your attention. I would like to go back to my slide showing our contacts. Yes, neurospecificity is very important, and I'm very grateful that you mentioned about that. Neurospecificities are widespread among ordinary people. Some people prefer silence, some people are more talkative, some people prefer to go out, some people prefer to stay at home in isolation. So I believe that neurospecificities are multiple in surrounding society. So thank you for that. We have a question. We have a time for 1 or 2 questions. Thank you for your presentation. Yevgen, what plans do you have to defend your positions if somebody would like to sell to say that transgender people are more inclined to autism and will make an attempt to impose ban for you to have children. I have not understood the question, sorry. If somebody will try to decide that you have a sort of disease because you are not not like others. Currently, Ukraine is introducing a new classification of diseases, FK11, which does not believe that transgenderness is a disease, and we also are prepared to demonstrate the achievements of proved medicine to say that neurospecificity is not a disease. I'm from cogeneration. My question is about inclusive spaces. You did not mention about online spaces, which is important in today's situation. In online, we have even more people than offline, and we should think about inclusion in online space.
Комусь там більш зручно переписуватися на телефонні дзвінки, але це ще про ті ж гівки. Актуальне питання. От у нас в чаті організації у нас заборонені гівки.
In the chat of our organization, GIF is prohibited. For some people, special fonts are required. Maybe we should raise public awareness about such things. Any further questions? I understand the topic is complicated, and another aspect is that this is a new subject which appeared only recently, because this problem exists not only for LGBT, but for LGBT, it has some specificities, and we should be aware where I checked what was the questions online, and I do not see any. Thank you for sticking with our agenda, and we have our discussion shows a big request to psychological and mental health exchange of experience, and this is the issues of trust. This is the issue of the level of qualification at which assistance is delivered. These are a lot of issues, and I believe that many of them will be included to our roadmap about the importance of mental health, about the need to train specialists, about the need to work with the specificities of our people, about the need to create new services in the area of mental health. I'm very grateful for all your presentations, and which we had discovered due to the war situation in our country. So I encourage you to stay attentive to your mental health, because this should be your special area of attention.
вимолитися,
And
витримали півдня.
we
Пам'ятаєте,
are,
що було важливе? Нам треба
um,
турбуватися про наші
we have done a good job, and
піраміди
Добрий день, шановні учасниці і учасники.
Good afternoon, dear participants of the 16th National LGBTQ Conference of Ukraine, those present in the room and those who have joined online throughout this day one. We now are to go into a session that, in my personal view, is probably one of the most interesting and valuable sessions of the conference, which is about a continuum of HIV, STD, and hepatitis-related services for LGBT individuals. As you have seen from the agenda of the conference, the session will unite representatives of national, international organizations and government institutions, and they are true stakeholders of the epidemiological well-being of our communities. So we would offer you today to focus on not just raising awareness of services available to our communities in this regard, those the stakeholders offer for health protection purposes, but we should also think about updating our vision of priorities and composition of public health services available to LGBT people. I'd like to invite now our first panel speaker. Welcome, Andrei Bogoslavets, Project Manager at Alliance Global. He has a little intrigue in the title of his speech, so I think this is the right moment for you, Andrei, to explain the secret behind. Yes, good afternoon, dear colleagues, participants. No big mystery here. This will be a presentation about 2022 and ways in which our project, prevention-related project, had to change. It's not always about innovating, but it's about how, thanks to innovations, we've been able to adapt. The name in our organization, in other projects and organizations, sometimes do have numbers, and here we have the number as well. So I'm Andrei Bogoslavets, I'm project manager of HIV prevention projects among MSMs. These involve PrEP-related, chemsex project, and OCF. The three lines of activities are all aimed at HIV prevention. Some background information. Back in 2022, we had plans of growing bigger. We thought of expanding the staff and further expanding our activity packages. In the previous years, we had 5 packages, and in 2022, we thought about fighting COVID and mitigating effects of COVID in terms of the infections we have been working to prevent them. We had ideas of some 5 pilot regions. We wanted some
Чернігів і міста Київської області.
2,180 training courses of MSMs across those 5 regions. And in 24th of February 2022, we had to face the situation that nearly every city we had plans of working in were either under occupation or became frontline cities. So that many of our customers, together with the general public, they had to leave. People started to move away from those cities, which put our whole work in jeopardy. So these were the 5 regions and 5 cities that we initially planned to cover. And you see and understand that all of them were really on the front line. Bucha, Irpin were in occupation. Kharkiv, Chernihiv, Dnipro were frontline cities. And to continue operating, we, as I mentioned already, had to use the Hornet app for MSMs to see how situation was unfolding and where most of our clients were. To understand that most of them moved to the west of Ukraine, to Lviv, Ivano-Frankivsk, Uzhhorod, Chernivtsi. So definitely our organization had to follow the customers, and we began implementing our program. We started opening shelters, testing points in the western regions. The slide now shows the distribution of prevention-related training courses we had by month, and you easily see the slump in the end of February, closer to May. We already were able to rebuild this capacity in the west of Ukraine. In Uzhhorod, Lviv, Chernivtsi. To operate further, we opened a hub in the city of Lviv and placed our staff and capacities there, understanding that quite a lot of MSMs were there in the Lviv region. We had our working materials already there. We relocated our office facility. We understood that we had to work in Uzhhorod, Lviv, Chernivtsi, Ivano-Frankivsk, and we had to design new schemes. We had prep commie voyages, a pilot scheme when our representatives would come to a city, spend a day on surgery missions like counseling and advising to the customers. So the key hub was in Lviv. We also launched a remote follow-up scheme. We would use mail service to deliver, say, condoms and other stuff via mail. The hub in Lviv allowed cab transfers to the office, all sorts of tests, the HIV, hepatitis B, creatinine clearance tests. We started delivering special vouchers to buy foodstuffs from a Silpov network chain. We also used the Hornet social media to spread information about the project, sending monthly updates via the app to keep our clients posted. chemsex package also had to change. It was initially slated, it had been slated for Kyiv, but after changes, because of relocation of our customers, we had to rebuild it somehow. We contacted Nova Poshta and we started distributing party box kits, HIV tests via Nova Poshta to other regions of Ukraine. In the western part of it, to the central region. Then in May, June, we launched gradual return to our old regions, going to Dnipro, to Kharkiv. In the second half of the year, we also returned to Irpin and Bucha. And in 2023, when planning our project, we actually we kept our presence in the western regions of Ukraine to continue working there. Thank you. Thank you for attention. And I'd like to thank for attention to all the participants, attendees. I suggest that in this session, we will proceed as we had it before. That is, we are going to hear all of the presenters, and then there will be time for Q&A. So please save your questions for later. And now I'd like to invite to the floor our next speaker and our online participants. You can start posting your questions in the chat, and our technical staff will do their best to transfer them to us. So, Andrei, thank you again for sticking it to the agenda, to the allotted time. I suggest everyone follows the suit to have more time for discussion later. This format is for a purpose, because the 4 topics announced for the panel are closely interlinked, and I think they will beg questions which will be of interest for every presenter. Thank you, Andrei, for offering a glimpse, an example of Alliance Global Project to show how important it is to preserve the range of services, medical and prevention services related to HIV prevention. Thank you also for showing the huge challenge you as a national organization initially had to face, and for explaining how you were able to flexibly respond in ever-changing conditions. And I suggest now we focus our attention from the national scale of our projects to scale represented on the one hand by the ECOM, an international organization, which on the other hand was implemented locally. The experience of this project will be described by Volodymyr Shepard, please. Yeah, thank you. Hi, dear colleagues, guests. My topic will be about the safety and support and the role of consultants. I'm social welfare assistant by education, and I work in the All Ukrainian Convictus Ukraine organization, working in the field of HIV-related services, STD diseases, prevention, and I'm also studying to gain master in social psychology. Now, we have the principle of equal to equal. This is the one we use in our Telegram chatbot to build a strong relationship between a consultant and customer, so that they can work together to find optimal solutions and reach the set targets based on mutual understanding, mutual respect, openness, and mutual understanding of positions of each other without any fear of reprimand or a negative attitude. Prevention and treatment of HIV, human papillomavirus, viral hepatitis B and C type, syphilis, and other dangerous STDs is also among our priorities in our work with our customers, particularly with LGBTQ plus community members. So assistance and support of equal-to-equal consultant in conditions of the full-scale war in Ukraine. Thanks to our cooperation with such key core strategic partners as AHF, Alliance Global, Convictus Ukraine, Gender Z, Gay Alliance Ukraine, Kyiv Pride, You Are Not Alone, Insight, CSO, and Hornet, we were able to reach a sufficiently high rate of consulting services delivery based on the equal-to-equal principle, not only informationally, but also in terms of coordinating material support and other sort of support to our customers in conditions of the full-scale war. So some achievements and innovations within the scope of this e-com project. Throughout the time in the project, we were able to attain the following innovation and progress. A remote referral in the city of Kyiv and Kyiv Oblast to receive PrEP and consult in advance. Just that allowed alleviating the problem with proper referral and start of treatment in absence of relevant HIV/AIDS program. Free of charge delivery of humanitarian kits through mail service, and that allowed outreaching those villages and remote locations where no such services were available, and it would improve the rate of determination of new HIV cases. Some of success stories are patient with heavy HIV status when committed syphilis and TB from the Kyiv Municipal Hospital number 5 was saved actually. The infection is there, did not deliver assistance properly, which nearly led to the death of the patient. Also, a consultant was able to ensure immediate assistance when a client was raped. Free of charge express HIV test was sent by Nova Poshta mail provider, and positive test result was obtained, which allowed us to ensure full support and prompt initiation of antiretroviral therapy. We have 100% of successful cases from clients who were treated for syphilis in a Kyiv clinic that we refer patients to. Some of the key problems: unscrupulous customers who require material support not belonging to the target group the assistance is aimed at, unfounded expectations, sometimes outrageous requests to the consultant. Some of them are unethical or completely illegal. Then our key target groups are insufficiently informed about our Telegram chatbot, particularly in respect of such services as counseling, information support, legal support, medical support. And this is further aggravated by the outflow of medical staff because of the war. our equal-to-equal consultants not only provide distance remote support and assistance, but also ensure proper level of confidentiality, comfort, and positive feelings. Thanks to cooperation with our strategic partners, we are better able to respond to every request, ensuring proper action plan for safe solution of such cases, even in wartime conditions. Thank you, Volodymyr. Just to remind you, if any questions arrive, just please jot them down. Also, for those online participants, I'd like to remind you that you can use chat function to post in your questions. And those in the room, you just scribble them in your notes to not to forget them. And after our next speaker, we will start discussing them until our fourth panelist joins us. I'd like to add my own observations regarding the fact that different organizations working in the prevention area eventually coming to similar solutions when providing services, when ensuring their availability at the time of full-scale aggression of Russia against Ukraine. And you can easily see yourselves that this primarily concerns pre-contact prevention services and also covers people who had to relocate, those who live in remote locations outside big cities with limited access to healthcare institutions. Our third speaker is Andriy Raditsky. To present him as his topic, I will tell you that the matter of continued delivery of related HIV, hepatitis, and STD services is not just about delivering those services, but also a matter of ensuring proper quality of such services, their accessibility, as well as follow-up, monitoring, and support to ensure their continued availability. And Andriy's speech will be dedicated exactly to this matter and the scope of a wider advocacy project funded by USAID. Yeah, thank you. I'm going to present a component from a multifaceted project on innovations to overcome HIV/AIDS epidemic, which is an USAID project. Irina Grishayeva heavily contributed to making this presentation. I'm sure she's following us online. And I'm Andriy Raditsky. I'm a researcher and expert in the project dealing with regional monitoring. And I'm doing the research in Lviv, Kyiv, and Ternopil, giving high relevance and the need for such research and accessibility of such services, particularly in the regions. So to tell you some core information, the project is funded by PEPFAR, which is USAID's initiative of the President of Ukraine to assist the HIV/AIDS epidemic, implemented by PACT, FHI 360, and FEW Ukraine. It started before the full-scale invasion, and it will be here until June 2026. Before going to the matters of what we've been dealing with, I'd like to explain to you the vector, a monitoring effort of a number of initiatives and projects I'd like to show you a very short video to brief you really who we are and what. Indomitable, united, courageous, those were the Ukrainians before the start of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. LGBT community members have an important role in there. They've been monitoring accessibility of HIV-related services for the time of the war, checking how these are delivered, how antiretroviral therapy can be advised. They work to resolve problems found at the local level. We are changing lives of Ukrainian patients for the better. The information is being delivered to the Public Health Center at the Ministry for Public Health Protection of Ukraine. Community opinions are important for us because we are stronger together. This is what we are doing just now. Join the monitor team by scanning the code or writing us. We are stronger together. Or you can write me, finding me on the Facebook. Yeah. I'm glad to be able to present this video from us, and briefly, our project focuses on the quality of services. Surely since April 2022, we had to monitor primarily accessibility and availability of services. We identified 25 cities for that, some of them in Donetsk, in Kharkiv, in Chernihiv Oblast. So quite an ample geography, fast-changing one. And thanks to timely response to problems identified throughout the monitoring, we were able to really sort them out in short time. Say whether it was about availability of medications or things like that, something like that can be a challenge, but more general matters of HIV/AIDS related services delivery, we were able to resolve them rather quickly. We use semi-structured interviews with target group members like MSMs, even former prisoners and so on. In this summer, the monitoring of quality of such services was added, and since this October, we've introduced a new tool called Mystery Customer. Some of the key points here, if in short, this tool will be needed to better explore the quality of services, because we had an understanding that most of the services were mostly accessible, more or less accessible, I would say, but questions remained on the quality of them. The method is about involving a community representative, not a professional actor. By the way, I was able to find a guy in Ternopil who used to be mystery customer for marketing purposes before, and really it contributed to getting nice results. So this mystery customer can be useful to identify different types of barriers in access to HIV services. It also allows developing recommendations on how to improve.
So this is just a representative of the community, and that we train him, we provide the brief with him and explain at what aspects to focus more to be able to collect necessary information on the quality of service and accessibility of service. Since this person is a monitor, is a representative of the community, then he is able to sum up our recommendations, which we forward further to the state services. I personally work in the city of Kyiv, and what were our findings? Somewhere the services are delivered properly, somewhere not, somewhere the working schedule differs from what is posted officially. Somewhere it is not possible to be registered for the service. The waiting period is not long, up to 20 minutes. Somewhere confidentiality was violated. They do not close the doors to the medical room, or it is possible to see the names of other patients, and almost nobody brings in or initiates the issue about partners. That is, if a patient himself is unaware that his condition may have impact on the partners and his friends around him. So this issue is not raised by the medical worker, and they were also not suggested to invite partners for the testing. Then patients have not received answers somewhere to all the questions. Well, and sometimes the confidentiality was not kept in a respect that people were requested to show their passports, and sometimes people were denied to take medical certificates when they disclose their identity details. Sometimes social workers had access to the database of patients. Among the problem issues is that the public health centers have launched a chatbot, but and about tests, available testings, tests, but unfortunately, the information offered on website does not coincide always with actual addresses of testing facilities, etc. In Ternopil, the situation is much more complicated, while in Kyiv, which is the capital city, the situation looks better. In Ternopil, it is a bit more complicated. Preliminary registration for the service is not possible. Somewhere you have to wait. Somewhere in Ternopil, it was not always possible to get the service. They had no syringes, for example. They advised to go to buy syringes to bring it, and then they would be able to deliver necessaries. In Lviv, in Lviv, all the services are concentrated in one place. Then it works almost smoothly. Sometimes the information on website does not coincide with the actual hours of work in the center of service delivery, but still, in general, it is better. Then there are difficulties with getting certificates. But nevertheless, the majority of service recipients are satisfied with the service delivery. As for PrEP, in Kyiv, in Kyiv, it's easier to not to be registered as a representative of gay community. If you want to get free service, then you will be registered as a gay person. But if you are willing to pay for the test, etc., then it is possible not to be registered.
Щодо цікавий момент, не було зрозуміло, чи
When
на сифіліс, хоча наскільки мені відомо в протоколах це мало би бути. І мало би так. І на ІПСШ невідомо, чи робили якісь аналізи, хоча це важливо. Але це ще не все. Ну, насправді, є дуже багато позитивних моментів.
There are many positive moments here. A lot of information of websites is useful. You can find how to take some medications which are prescribed in standard situations. Then you are able to organize the repeated visits while social worker medicines which have to be delivered, they are delivered on the same day. Sometimes the patients are not instructed how to take medication in case of any interval in taking this medication, how to resume the taking of medication. Then the guarantees of confidentiality contained the permission to transfer data to the third parties. In general, the communication was comfortable, except the cases when communication with social workers was assessed by a secret client as a flirt, and the willingness to establish non-formal contact. So, summary, due to our joint effort, we carried out a series of visits to the healthcare institutions and collected valuable information. This information collected by secret patients, we had provided to the state center of the healthcare, and we plan to use the same ways of survey
to continue monitoring of the HIV prevention and the treatment services. And those who are interested to become such secret patients and to participate in our surveys, I invite to contact with us. Thank you, Andrea. Information about our speakers is available online, so you may try to contact them. You may contact them actually via contact details indicated in all the presentations and on website. Now we are going to correct a disbalance which happened during the first part of today, and we will read the questions from the website. While our fourth presenter is get ready to the presentation, I suggest you to answer the following questions. How to redirect clients and how of those patients who participate in pre-contact prevention, whether it is possible for such patients to receive information about psychological assistance and mental health area. And the second question, whether the consultants are aware about possible psychosociological support of patients, whether they are able to redirect such patients, and or whether they are aware about advocacy activities carried out by other LGBTQ plus organizations. Many consultants and supervisors participate in joint meetings with psychologists where we are instructed how to act properly from psychological point of view. As for redirection, that's a good question. Psychotherapies, they are expensive, and some NGOs offer limited number of psychotherapist services. And in these cases, we are able to redirect the patients to them. Or alternatively, we may redirect patients to the advocacy organizations, where advocacy organizations are able to offer some types of services, or redirect the patient to a specialist which is needed. Thank you. The previous presentation actually was about the same. Perhaps I will repeat what I have already said. We have a procedure, established procedure, which allows to redirect patients. Now we are represented in 8 regions, and all the social workers know how to redirect patients properly. Alternatively, social workers may choose a supervisor for the patient and advise patient to go to such a supervisor.
вони потребують цих заходів з антивигорання, тому
And by the way, the social workers and NGO workers, sometimes they also require psychological support because of burnouts. The next question.
Мікрофон передати.
Я Віктор. Добрий день. Я
Good afternoon. He's waving the mic and not everything could be heard.
І друге питання, якщо ви говорите про хімсекс і патібокс, чи доречно, наприклад, наблизити цю послугу до споживачів на таких клубах, як К41, стежка і так далі?
Це те, про
I was unable to hear him.
що є абревіатури, так, і вони насправді
We have
залишаються
a lot of abbreviations, and for those abbreviations, they remain unclear for our clients. We have a big prevention project. PrEP means that this is prevention range of prevention services. And besides PrEP, we have I cannot hear him, sorry.
Коли клієнт отримує купон,
we have a system of coupons which we give to the clients. Comes a coupon for testing. He comes with this coupon and gets more coupons for his friends to do this testing. Krylevska Hospital would not allow us to come with petty boxes. That's why we try to advertise via social networks.
Послуги профілактики ВІЛ та ІПСШ, континуум послуг, він насправді є комплексним, він стосується і психічного здоров'я, так, як ми побачили, і можливості отримати також більш спеціалізовані послуги в сфері профілактики, на прикладі проєкту «Хімсекс», так, і...
On the example of HIMSEX, we had seen what could be achieved. Our fourth presenter is ready, and I am honored to invite Marina Alexandrova. Sorry for delay.
Я фахівець відділу протидії вірусним гепатитам у Центрі громадського здоров'я МОЗ.
I work in the Center for Public Health of the Ministry of Health, and I would like to present the state program dealing with virus hepatitis.
Вийдіть на екран. Вірусні гепатити є однією з найбільших
Hepatitis is one of the biggest threats to public health, and despite the wide spread of virus hepatitis, many people are not aware about virus hepatitis, that they are infected, and non-treatment may result in big complications, cirrhosis, etc. The virus hepatitis is as dangerous as HIV, AIDS, tuberculosis, and that's why Ministry of Health has adopted the state strategy to counteract HIV, AIDS, tuberculosis, and virus hepatitis by 2030. The objectives of this strategy are to prevent 90% of cases, and that 90% should know about the status, and that 90% of patients would get proper treatment. How many people should be tested, and by the year 2030 we have to treat 100,000 people. This is quite ambitious purpose, and we have to review our scenarios for elimination of this disease. In line with the estimated data, which were done even before the full-scale invasion, 5% of Ukrainian population were infected with hepatitis, virus hepatitis. But these figures are obsolete and they do not reflect actual situation. That is why we have to carry out new research and develop better approach. This table shows new data which we had discovered during the recent years. And we understand the risks of spreading infection are growing, and consequently the need in treatment might be bigger. This slide shows us that each year almost 1 million of people are tested for virus hepatitis C and virus hepatitis B, and but here we have only the information from official statistics, while those who are tested privately, they might be not reflected here. And a big gap in data is in the number of tested persons and number of confirmed cases, which are shown in gray, while yellow columns show those numbers of confirmed cases which we should have. Virus hepatitis B is a type of infection which could be eliminated via vaccination.
Найважливіше зробити щеплення до першого року.
It is very important to make the first vaccination by year during the first year of life.
Тому наразі ми бачимо і такі антивакцинаторські кампанії.
As anti-vaccine trends are strong. This is compulsory vaccination. This slide shows numbers of babies covered with this vaccination.
9 місяців можемо сказати, що в цьому році ми трішечки
You may see some drop in vaccination in the last years, but gradually it starts to grow. Almost the entire adult population of Ukraine is not vaccinated against virus hepatitis as of now. As for adult population, vaccination against hepatitis C is only recommended. We have rather low percentage of vaccinated persons, including medical workers, including military military staff. This is, but this should be done. We have to raise public awareness campaigns. So hepatitis B is an infection which could be prevented by vaccination. Diagnostics. Since 2022, we started procurement of express tests for hepatitis C, and they are delivered to many state healthcare institutions. This allowed us to decrease the number of revealed, discovered cases. Actually, anybody can get express test against virus hepatitis with your family doctor. Unfortunately, the materials for those tests, cartridges for them, are not procured in a centralized way. For the first year this year, we were allowed to buy cartridges. 18,000 of cartridges were procured, and they will be supplied by the end of this year. Having received those cartridges, we will start to cover with testing those layers of population which are most requiring that. So
розвиток, але війна також носить трішки свої корективи, тому
the war also had influenced the treatment. Next slide, please. This slide shows how patients are covered with proper treatment. Since 2016, we offer antivirus treatment for virus hepatitis. In the past, treatment of virus hepatitis depended on interferons. Now new treatment is used. These are treatments without, mainly without side effects. 95% of patients receive it successfully. In Ukraine, we offer generics for treatment of virus hepatitis. Among regionals, we were using medicine which was stopped in manufacturing, and new original treatment is too expensive for the government Ukraine to procure it. And, there is a risk that some categories of patients will stay without therapy. That is why we continue our official negotiations. In 2023, we received some medicines for treatment of virus hepatitis among children. We received such treatment from via donors, which was quite useful. To achieve our targets, we have chosen the following ways. One is digitalization, control and over accumulation of strategic data, access to testing, optimized routes for patients, and simplified approaches to diagnostics, provision of treatment methods, infrastructure of the healthcare institutions. We have also introduced standard of medical care for virus hepatitis patients. So the new standards clearly explain who is subject to testing. They offer compulsory testing for everybody and repeated testing, treatment for everybody irrespective of their condition of liver. Then we have cancelled a set of expensive examinations. We had cancelled some required medical commissions. We had approved new schemes of treatment, and we also had developed efficient and simplified algorithms for screening, diagnostics, and treatment of virus hepatitis via standards of medical assistance, virus hepatitis C among adults, virus hepatitis C on children, virus hepatitis B among adults, and B and C among children and adults. All those recommendations will be taken into consideration in the new statements. The next slide.
Для забезпечення кращого доступу населення до послуг з вірусних гепатитів було розроблено низку інструментів щодо моніторингу та інформаційного
A set of tools was developed to better inform, like the website of our center provides a map of healthcare institutions offering express screening tests on hepatitis type B and C. Also, the site of our center offers information about the balance of available medicines and vaccines. I'd like just to remind you that vaccines are sold exclusively for the younger patients. We also designed a chatbot and an instrument to review all the hospitals offering services, but after the beginning of the full-scale invasion, the tool was put on hold. At the moment, we are updating the instrument, so the chatbot works in test mode, not fully describing the current situation. The map of institutions offering treatment is also going to be available in the short future.
На завершення хочу додати, що
And in conclusion, I'd like to add that we are continuing decentralization efforts during the COVID time. Thorough decentralization of viral hepatitis treatment schemes was introduced. Before that, we had 40 institutions treating viral hepatitis. After that, we had more than 230 of them offering that service. The board did put corrections to the plans. At the moment, we have a bit more than 100 of institutions. Again, some hospitals are closing, others are opening, and decentralization is still going on. Family doctors are becoming involved as well. In spite of all the complexities of the board period, the program continues being funded by the government in terms of express tests and treatment options. We are receiving humanitarian assistance, like Subdetect for treating of viral hepatitis. We are also going to get more other medicines, thanks to the advocacy efforts that we have. A module on viral hepatitis is being designed for the medical information system of contagious diseases of social importance, and this will facilitate operation of medics and of the center. For 2 years, we've been successfully piloting a simplified integrating hepatitis type C treatment based on narcology departments. We are expanding our replacement therapy schemes with our disease control and prevention centers. This October, a law on public health was put in force with special focus on these measures, so new avenues will be explored how to offer better test opportunities and treatment options. I've mentioned changes to standards. There is also a very nice resource arranged jointly with the Coalition for Global Hepatitis Elimination. A national profile has been designed for Ukraine. It is placed on their website, and it allows checking the current situation in Ukraine to see what happens with viral hepatitis, what is the prevalence, what is being done. Next slide, please. Yeah, with thanks for your attention and with understanding of many questions coming in, I will be glad to field them. Thank you. I think there are questions from the floor, please.
Дуже дякую за презентацію. У мене питання.
Thank you for your presentation. My question is for the last speaker. We listened to your presentation. Very interesting overall, but I failed to see the core thing as to how specifically it tackles LGBT community. And do you have any data related to the number of LGBT patients enrolled in treatment, the number of LGBT communities or maybe trans communities or groups involved in vaccination efforts, particularly for hepatitis type B? I know that a next round of hepatitis B vaccination program has been launched. We agreed that with the Ministry for Public Health Protection, with Minister Kusing, and I would really like to have this information more relevant for our community, because I have just general information on the matter. Do you have any specific information on LGBT community? Well, thank you for your question. We, as a public institution, we have no focus on individual groups. We work for the whole of the public, all key groups involved. The key message is any citizen, any national of Ukraine cannot come to a doctor to get the service, whether to test and diagnose or to get treatment. If communities run into problems or find some hardships with that, we are quite ready to talk, communicate. We are providing you with contact information. As regards statistics, I think most of the statistics comes not from government institutions. We are working for the general public, and we are not separating. That is, every national is entitled to the type of service. Okay, thank you for your response. And I suggest we go to general discussion, and we are ready to field questions from the floor, online. And I suggest a question to everyone: what are the risks and challenges in the field of HIV, hepatitis, STDs, for LGBT communities? What types of them will emerge for those communities in the next year? How to tackle them? And what should be the response? With the view of your experts.
Мені здається, перша проблема, яка може бути, це лікування гепатиту С. Я зараз буду говорити, тому що насправді...
Well, I will be talking about hepatitis C type, because the previous speaker mentioned great many treatment courses available. Maybe there is a lot of them, but I do know that many people have little information about them, with doctors advising to postpone it, to buy medicine with patients' own money, and so on. I do feel that there is a threat of increased danger from that. And I do think that there is a threat of growing disregard of treating hepatitis, TB, syphilis, also because of many doctors going from public institutions to private clinics. I'm not, at least in Kiev, I'm not sure how the situation goes in other cities. And well, it's also a matter of condom using culture, though I can tell you that this is no guarantee when it comes to syphilis, for example. So I'm far from thinking that everything checks okay. And I do think that treatment-related programs may be more prominent because the current year's dynamic is not really promising. Yeah, thank you, Andrei. Well, I have to comment off. This year we collected funds to vaccinate against monkeypox, and we had quite a lot of requests from guys willing to get a vaccine against hepatitis type B, and there were not enough vaccines for that. And secondly, in wartime conditions, epidemics and infectious diseases tend to prevail and become more dangerous. You remember them before that we would have information about HIV/AIDS and ways to prevent them and where to test. Now we have just telemarathon speaking about the war-related developments and no information on that at all. Okay, thank you. I'd like to add that a lot has been said about HIV and hepatitis, but nothing has been said of HPV that also can cause liver cancer, like hepatitis. Well, cancerous diseases can come from it, and prevention of that is at its lowest level. Vaccination is among the most expensive. In Ukraine, one of the most priciest vaccines has been used here. For some reason, other European countries have more accessible vaccines, but in Ukraine, HPV prevention vaccines are extremely pricey. Okay, thank you. Dear Marina, could you join us? Yeah, treatment for hepatitis C is a bit of a challenge these days, but again, war has contributed to that.
Маленьке було замовлення зроблене регіонами.
There were some requests for medications from regions, but the problem was that there was no surety about the number of patients requiring that. So initially it was a problem with that, but we are confident that this November treatment for hepatitis C will be available to regions. So there is a bit of waiting in that. But we try our best to redistribute medicines, even in manual mode, particularly for the benefit of patients with cirrhotic, fibrous diseases, last stage ones. We have servicemen also added of late. We see increased risks of the infection. We have calls on our hotline, and we do our best to respond to each of them, responding in shortest possible times. So if someone has a need on priority treatment of that, please address us through hotlines, through all available contact points, and we will do our best to help you. Next year, we will be talking more to regions to streamline the orderings of medicines. Also regarding tests, you need to see more tests. Thank you for your answer. And in continuation with the previous question, continuation with what I started the session with, we see this topic has united not just community members here and online, but also representatives of NGOs and public institutions. That is, all stakeholders are in on that. So there's a chance to put questions to LGBT community, organization representatives of public institutions. It's time to come up with your expectations or maybe recommendations, ways to interact with government public health protection system, with clinics, how you see this type of interaction. And I'd like to ask you, Marina, do you have any expectations of collaboration in the field of prevention of HIV, hepatitis, STDs?
У мене короткий буде коментар, що треба
Just a brief comment.
треба спрацювати спільно і державні
We just have to work together. Institutions, professional organizations have to understand the needs of communities and be able to respond and work together. Thank you. Any more ideas? So what is your take of an ideal collaboration on that? We exposed lots of problems that have accumulated in Ukraine also because of the full-scale invasion. So what is your ideal vision of an ideal solution of our cooperation? Cooperation between government institutions, LGBT communities, NGOs can work to improve probably to gradually overcome the challenges. Okay, speaking generally of other risks, risk groups and vulnerable groups, not just LGBT ones, I think it begs for a dialogue and some sort of maybe arbitration. Maybe an international organization, not necessarily a Ukrainian NGO, to probably channel the whole effort in the desired direction. I do know that the Public Health Center is quick to react whenever some barriers are exposed. They do whatever they can and they do their best. So it's really a matter of establishing such dialogue, finding time for it, be willing to do it. I think everything can be solved. Not just, for the sake of trading accusations, but rather to go together to solve the problem. Yeah, I'd like to add that I do agree that to solve a problem means to firsthand understand it. And we really do our best to respond to every address we receive. And we do our best within the scope of our competence to help everyone. If there are problems, if there are hardships, if there are things uncertain, get in contact with us, please. And we will do our best to resolve everything in dialogue. As soon as we hear of the problem, we try to find a common solution. Okay, and there are some statements from the floor, please. Юлія Фамілія, когорта, transgender and CSO. Colleagues are right about setting up a dialogue between the state and communities, maybe with the involvement of NGOs. But I think the information should be provided to people so that they're able to hear it. Whenever we hear a presentation with graphs and digits, and these are very good, they can be good, but this is just for internal consumption. It will not motivate people to become involved. it's necessary to design a language of communication that will talk to people and motivate them to participate in the dialogue. Thank you. Okay, thank you. And I've seen a hand. One more hand. Yeah? No. Okay. Or maybe there are some questions online. Or maybe someone is still willing to add something. Okay, thank you. So, in my view, the session is already a huge step towards a dialogue to solve a set of comprehensive problems related to the prevention of HIV, hepatitis, and STD conditions, particularly among LGBT communities. I do hope also that the session of now and the conference that we are having will contribute to fostering such cooperation jointly with the Public Health Center, with the CSOs representing LGBT. I think that we will jointly design some recommendations that will become a roadmap for us to overcome the HIV, hepatitis, and STD-related epidemics. Thank you, and we can go on a small break.
Дубль другий. Вітаю всіх учасників і учасниць національної конференції.
I'm happy to welcome all the participants of our 16 national LGBT and Q conference. Those who would like to participate in discussion, please raise your hands. You will be given a microphone, and then you will be able to contribute to discussion. Don't forget to name yourselves. I'm Oksana Solonska. I'm going to moderate this discussion. Today, our discussion highlighted red lines in public broadcasting, where freedom of speech ends, giving way to illegal appeals. I have Dmytro Shvydchenko and Dmytro Gavriluk, who are representatives of the National Broadcasting Authority. Also, I have Irina Ganach next to me, Victoria Bega, Deputy Editor-in-Chief of Громадське Radio, and Lana Helanska. We will start with the presentation by Dmytro to familiarize ourselves with the criteria that should be applied. Dear friends, first of all, I would like to thank to the organizing committee of the 16 National LGBTQI conference. Since April 18, we started to work on the regulation on the issue of our discussion, and as a national broadcasting authority, we are open to comments from LGBT community. You may find it on our website and offer your comments. We are now discussing criteria that suggest that information could be classified as stirring up hatred, cruelty, and hate as to specific groups. I encourage you to pay attention at Article 36, paragraphs 1 and 2. This is about criteria that anything contains this hatred speech or stirs up hate or discrimination. And in line with your recommendations, we will be able to improve our document. On this slide, you can find contact information on the presenters, on the members of National Broadcasting Regulator. Through these contact details, you may reach us. Dmytro Shvydchenko is head of the Department of Program Contact Analysis and Research in the area of media. As to the criteria subject to our discussion, which were offered by Olga Gerasimyuk, chairperson of the National Broadcasting Council. On that meeting, in April. LGBT protection topic had remained under had remained taboo in Ukrainian society for a long time, and even now we have to say openly that it is perceived in different ways. For us, it is important to signal media what should not be allowed in any case. And we have to decide for ourselves what should be given special attention during our monitoring. So what should be prevented? First of all, we have to condemn excuses and spread of any discriminational statements or stereotypes as to LGBT community or in line with SOGI in mass media. The second, we should believe unacceptable any encouragements to violence or suppression or oppression against representatives of LGBT community. By the way, Russian propaganda quite often use LGBTQ topic as a pretext for discrimination, and this community is very much oppressed in Russian society. Since my student years, I recollect this famous calque which exists in Ukrainian language, which could be translated persons of untraditional sexual orientation. This phrase should be crossed out from our narrative totally. By the way, this slide, which you now see on your screens, please accept it as a declaration of the National Broadcasting Authority. These are like moral red lines. What these criteria are about? That we do not allow any discrimination in media space, any discrimination statements, any stereotypes against LGBT community. The second, we would not allow any encouragements to violence or oppression against LGBT. There is such a discriminational moment, so-called positive discrimination. Getting prepared to our today's discussion, I have found a story on one of the TV channels, well-balanced story where there were opponents and supporters of LGBT. But nevertheless, I found the following context, that that person has said, We do not oppose the pride parades, but please do not do it in this way. So there's the context of the saying, it creates discrimination. And the third, National Broadcasting Authority does not support any SME which any mass media which spread in Ukrainian society LGBT as a community propagating social or sexual deviation. Because this is open manipulation. I would not speak much about that event in April. On the 18th of April, you may go to our website of the National Broadcasting Council, and Mr. Lokin, can you see a picture of you at this event? That event appeared to be proved to be an important event, eye-opening event for me, because I heard many practical recommendations from LGBT community, and we tried to take them into consideration. Today in the room, I can see some participants of that event in April, and now you can compare what changed since that time. This QR code would allow you to reach to this very document, which is under discussion today, and to contribute to discussion. The only request to you, kind request to you, is that write in your comments, please do not forget to mention who you are and which organization do you represent, and please do not forget to mention your contact details, how we can reach you back. There were 22 different organizations who contributed to the drafting of this document. We had received more than 270 proposals from 11 LGBTQI+ organizations. Some 43 criteria were developed, and 4 criteria were approved. Is it final number of criteria? I do not think that these are all the criteria, all the possible criteria. We took into consideration all those cases which were presented to us by LGBT community. And by the way, comments are important, because those criteria which are under development, they are targeting mass media, and mass media can be unexperienced in coverage of LGBT community they may not know what they have to take into consideration. We try to I'm trying to find the correct word. We do not wish to develop any criteria without you, because these are criteria for you and about you. When journalists cover any LGBT-related topics, they should be able to get an expert opinion on the area, should clearly understand what discrimination in line with LGBT features mean. As of the moment, as I mentioned, we had got 4 approvals for criteria from Когорта, from Наш Світ, Human Rights, LGBT Human Rights Center, and from the Office of Ombudsman under Ukrainian Parliament. We are very grateful to all those organizations which contributed to our discussion. I hope that some of you will contribute your comments after this event. I strongly encourage you to do that.
Наступне, я би хотів би акцентувати, чи є певні виклики до пропозиції.
Now I would like to describe challenges that we have found in producing the criteria. Again, Olga Karasimyuk emphasized some such challenges. It is the most difficult to counteract homophobia and genderophobia in social networks, because all the criteria which we offer will be applied only to official mass media, so to say, that is television, radio, online media, printed media, and those who provide access to video content registered in Ukraine. But as to individual social media, social networks, we cannot impose something on them. These are just several cases of intolerant coverage with containing some hate speech, etc. These are actually violations of all the criteria that we suggest. This was taken from our media. One of the criteria number 1, LGBT-phobic or gay-phobic statements are prohibited with the use of bad language, targeting to stigmatize these people who express hatred. From these screenshots,
тому що, я не хочу популяризувати це медіа. Це досить популярне медіа, я думаю, ви на нього безпосередньо заходили, читали його. Але такий заголовок був. Тобто, геї зостались не при параді, і є таке висвітлення. Але цікавість цієї публікації в тому, що...
Why this publication is interesting? By the way, the inscription under footer is biased defense of family values, those who strive to preserve families.
Назві можна прочитати, сприйняти це до представників ЛГБТ-спільноти, а підпис до
You may understand that
як на мене, цього теж не потрібно робити. Можна було б, на мою суб'єктивну точку зору, бути більш холоднокровним.
Both formulations, gay people remained without parade, and then as a highlight under the picture, they both are improper in the intention. The second criteria which is violated with this publication, this is a dissemination of the content, both through audio, video, infographics, and text, which encourages to cruelty and violence against individual persons or groups on the grounds of SOGI. And it also disseminates disinformation, deepfake pictures.
Тобто не сказано, не написано чорно по білому, що ми прийдемо і застосуємо силу, і порушуємо ряд
And actually, it does not say that we will apply any force against participants of gay parade, but the text is threatening. The second case, this is again a case of publication from Rivne, gay parade at the eve of a new year and on Bandera's anniversary was prevented in Rivne. Actually, this is an example when media improperly use some formulations which can strengthen homophobia. Then fake information that homosexuality is a disease, then SOGI criteria are absent in Ukrainian legislation, that homosexuals should be prevented to adopt children and to ban from blood donorship. Another case using psychological manipulations and technologies by LGBT. This is the first time when I have heard about manipulation technologies by LGBT. When we come back to criteria, that LGBT community members are inclined to sexual deviations, so to say. I think this is a sign of discrimination. Next criteria. Suggestion in mass media that members of LGBT community are inclined to psychological deviations.
Медіа як КРТ, і, зокрема, в одних з своїх передач вони якраз дуже багато при цьому приділили в одній з своїх передач цим тезам, про те, що вони, була така теза в одного спікера, про те, що ми легалізуємо ЛГБТ.
Once I have heard that if you legalize LGBTQ plus community, then pedophilia will develop rapidly in Ukraine. I think this statement is absurd. The next case is quite widespread.
Вони можуть легко відредагувати, зайшовши в будь-який редактор, на якому розміщений їхній сайт, і змінити. Бачите, професійний реслер США змінив стать і став жінкою. Тобто наша спільнота, який цей приклад нам...
Look at this case. Professional wrestler from the USA had become a trans woman, transgender woman.
Правильну номінацію треба вжити. От бачите, про це говорить 33-й критерій: використання займенників або іменників, що не відповідають статевій або гендерній ідентичності особи. Інший приклад – це критерій 18-й, зокрема, який говорить...
Another criteria, number 18, spreading in media statements about non-discrimination of LGBT community because of informational silence.
Сказав, що, ребята, ми не проти вас, ну, так не треба свої права захищати. Що теж, як на мене, як на наш...
That is what I described at the beginning, that we do not oppose you, but you should not do it this way, meaning that the Pride Parade should not be held. Another case, gays in the right sector. Our LGBT draft law manipulates with the public opinion and discredits the armed forces of Ukraine. In the regions, quite often we can read that regional authorities apply to the central government with a view of imposing ban on pride parades, etc., suggesting that these values are not traditional for Ukrainian society. Or it seems that we hope to clarify what traditional values of Ukrainian society are to provide guidance in this area too. Sometimes in media you can hear or read that representatives of LGBT community are unable to become good parents or caretakers of children. I think this does not depend on sexual orientation. Even in heterosexual families, you can find many improper parents. To those media who today watch us, those who are planning to work in this area, I would encourage you to stick firm with the code of journalist ethics. This is quite simple rules, but remaining committed to them, you won't make faux pas and would not write improper things. The second, my piece of advice to young journalists is, please do not use the hate speech.
Ніхто ж не робить так. Я, у всякому випадку, ні разу не зустрічав інформацію про те, що там коаліція громадських організацій ЛГБТ говорить про те, що мені 1 січня ніяких маршів по вулиці Хрещатик. І
and the third, try not to apply stereotypes writing or speaking about LGBT community. If you see any violations in the area of hatred speech or stigmatization of LGBT, please write to us. When you see violations of Article 36, paragraphs 1 and 2 of the law on mass media, please apply to the National Broadcasting Council.
Якщо це ви побачили, чи побачите, особливо в регіональних медіа, висловлювання, які, на вашу думку, на думку вашої організації,
If you hear in regional media some discriminatory statements or also based on gender qualifications, please provide arguments as to why this constitutes a violation. If possible, make a screenshot or save the link or page and send it over to us. Thank you. Ready to hear your comments or remarks. Yeah, I was just checking what Sviatoslav Sheremet to see how he reacts to this technical information slide, and I saw his glee. I myself have a lot of questions, I think, and I think panel discussion representatives and the floor may also have quite a lot of ideas and questions. But a short question from me. What is heterophobia in these criteria? What does it constitute? What does it mean?
Алло. В критеріях гетерофобії цих критеріях гетерофобії поки що немає.
The criteria have no heterophobia mentioned yet. We are working on that, and we kindly request to help us if you have any proposals. I just happened across this quite interesting word in the presentation, so I've never heard of heterophobia. Now, if I'm still with my first question right, I have one, a rather philosophic one, and I'd invite you, media representatives, to join the discussion, because it's not an interview for National Council representatives, and we'd like to hear you. Maybe you're a third party in this triangle of criteria. Now, coming to criteria and certain requirements to mass media, the way in which we impose limitation of on homophobic community representatives. Still, what is the difference between changes in the legislation and censorship? Because some of media representatives or readers may say that, well, this is a clear attempt to gag us in our hatred. Just limitation of freedom of speech, if you want. I think it's really a retrograde question. It's not even a point for discussion, because we're living in 21st century. We don't know what internet is. So with us having internet in each of our homes, I don't think it's a matter of censoring or censorship. But seriously, censorship is about an institution or maybe an officer with a certain authority to moderate, censor, change a text, any sort of media actually, before it is published. A classic example comes from 19th century, when before sending something to a newspaper, say you should send your material to a censor, to an officer, to vet the material. From what I hear, from what I know, There are no such cases in Ukraine of late, at least. I have no recollection of it. And I think in Europe, this is not just not a point of discussion, but no one is serious about it. But again, seriously, talking about differences between censorship and hate speech that we talk about together, censorship, whatever your take of it, is about banning information spread or limiting it. And generally it is perceived negatively. In our case, we talk about hate speech in a context that the law and the criteria highlighted by Dmytro in much detail are rather aimed at protecting the freedom of speech, protecting human rights, human dignity, ways in which such human rights are enjoyed and implemented in the information domain. This is a difference of principle, and I'd like to draw each one's attention. This is not about something negative. It's not about stereotyping. It's not about some stigmatization attempt. It's not about prohibition. This is a democratic trend aimed at protecting individuals, their rights, and aimed against hate speech or any sort of discrimination for that purpose, because these are linked things. With your permission, I would also add that the criteria, frankly speaking, as someone who was directly involved in designing them, the very language of those criteria has no clear mention that the National Council of Ukraine, starting today, hereby imposes the right way of addressing LGBT matters in the media. No such reference whatsoever. So I fully agree with the position voiced on 18th of April by Andrei Kravchuk from Nash Svit Center, LGBT Center. I do remember his turn when he mentioned a very important topic on how important it would be for these criteria to be not prohibiting. Those criteria should not be limiting media, should not prevent them from discussing discrimination issues affecting LGBT communities. So definitely there should be dialogue. The topic should not be silenced. But this dialogue should be a balanced one. I do remember him saying that we are not to gag whether religious organization representatives or activists of nationalist organizations. We are not preventing them from speaking. And the media legislation, Article 36. So I do remember clause, paragraph 2 and 3, whereby it is said that no discrimination, no hate speech are allowed. So if you're against the law, say, promoted by MP Sovsun, please provide arguments. Why? What detrimental consequences it might bring to Ukraine? Let's have a substantial discussion on the substance of the matter, on the merits of the case. When someone says of discriminatory criteria, I would rather say it's a sort of recommendation for the media. If we are to have a healthy society, a rule of law-based country, then let us work like that. Our media legislation is not based on someone's wishes, whether wishes of politicians or MPs. It is rather based on European documents describing how gender or sex-based discrimination may not be allowed also in the media environment. Just a brief reflection from my side. We are not banning altogether. To put it in a friendly manner, we are just trying to tell the media this is extra, unwanted extra. We are not tackling those challenges that LGBT community members face. We are not talking about how to educate people properly. So whenever such principles and rules are finally agreed, the National Council will gladly circulate it among media outlets for the information, because this will be the way to shape healthy society in the country. Let your readership judge themselves all the pros and cons. Let us not marginalize LGBTQ. Let us not demonize it. Actually, these measures are aimed at preventing any further demonizing of the LGBT community. Well, really, sometimes, quite sometimes, they say that it all started with LGBT, yet because of them. So, Irina, you had something to say. Yes, a small question, dear Dmitro. Am I right to understand that the criteria you mentioned are rather recommendations to the media that the media will not be responsible for violating, because there's no mention of them in the law? Well, it begs an answer, not a short one. The law on the media was enacted in last April, and Article 36 of the law has a whole range of paragraphs on information prohibited from being circulated in the media in Ukraine. And there are 14 points. This is a completely normal practice, well in line in Article 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights, whereby it is stated that there may be some limitations on the freedom of speech, but for very specific circumstances, in very specific cases, and one of the formal criteria that are those legislatively provided. And Dmitro provided great detail about legislative aspects of it. So what is the proper mechanism to implement the article? You know, when we asked European experts, could they provide us with an example from European experience to learn from? We were told, no, you are the first. You're the pioneers. So what is the implementation about them? The law provides for the establishment of special authorized bodies, so-called joint regulation authorities. There will be such authorities, joint response authorities created with the National Council, and they will have specific scope of authority. And it will be these bodies, joint response authorities, it will be them who will be working independently, actually, to identify criteria for each specific bit of information in terms of whether it is allowed under law or not. And the scope of authority of such joint response bodies will include the setting of the criteria mentioned by Dmitro.
випадку, то в даному випадку ми говоримо про те, що це
Again,
є
if really
напрацьована пропозиція Національної ради для тих
there is a proposal of the National Council to those joint response bodies that are yet to be established, but that will be established in short time. And these joint response bodies will be in charge of finally approving the criteria for information classified under law. I hope my response bodes well with you. Yeah, please, Victoria. Yeah, thank you, dear colleagues, for the presentation. Lot was said during the presentation about how not to do, but little was said about how it should be done. And for many media outlets, the manifesto will look very much like a phrase you provided as an example. When someone would say, should not come out like this, and everyone was wondering, like, how then should I do it? To put otherwise, maybe there will be a document to explain how it should be done properly. Yes, to respond to your question, the criteria, the proposals on the criteria, to be exact, and rather comments to these comments are meant for media representatives. We provide examples of incorrect statements so that young media representative or a journalist would train the eyes on those negative examples to see what types of language should not be used. Let us check criterion 23, which is about avoiding using in the media incorrect, loosely formulated terms that foster LGBT stereotypes, like sexual minorities, for example, an expression that is not correct and still widely used. Or LGBT plus people, or non-traditional orientation, rather than bisexual, for example, or gay orientation. All sex change. Lots of other terms could be used, like transition, medical assisted transition, so on. There was also a very popular expression, just trans, as a blank name for the whole of the transgender community. So let us have it fully pledged like transgender, not trans. Let us be correct in every respect and in every aspect. You won't find incorrect statements related to, say, right-wing nationalistic organization. Still, there is a correct statement of the person with a description of his or her position and so on. So that's why we want to draw attention of media outlets to the fact that criterion might entail working with such lexical constructs, avoiding those that enhance discrimination, that incite hate. And if you have some other examples to look into, please let us know, and we will gladly amend our proposals with these. So at this moment, this is the draft of the drafts, and we didn't want the document to be overloaded. We didn't want it to be, a philosophical text by Locke, maybe. We rather want it to be a working document, like a barrier-free guidance, for example, with each criterion having some specific correct and incorrect notations mentioned. Take like disability-based discrimination. We clearly posted the correct terms and expressions that we would recommend to the media for hearing or visually impaired individuals, for example. So we try to expose things that are not correct and may be offending to people. And if this is the domain of the National Council, we can reflect on that, and we can really talk on this matter. Speaking about the terms and expressions, it was the result of our discussion with media community. We didn't Google it. We didn't use ChatGPT to churn them. We rather talk to the media to decide what should be avoided. Yes, and this made for a rather unique case. We do hope that it would make a nice guide. Victoria? Yeah, just to reconfirm, am I right to understand that the list you mentioned in the comments being an exhaustive one without no need for an additional document or no recommendation on how to properly do it? I think that's a debatable matter, and we'll discuss that. Coming to the comments, I don't think we should amend them with the right things of doing it, but we are strongly in favor of further discussion with LGBT community representatives, and the more arguments in favor of clear language and correct expressions we find, the better it will be for media representatives themselves. We try to formulate the criteria and our comments to them in such a way as to allow the new media, at least experienced one, to better understand how, with the first steps, to avoid pitfalls of wrongfully addressing the LGBT community. And these are our recommendations. They can be expanded. If there are proposals to expand them, also from the media, we are more than ready to. Whether it will be in the format of something like on our website, when you can come there to see the criteria and some of our comments regarding incorrect terms and expressions towards the LGBT community. So it could be a comment like a long read, 2-3 page, maybe a long one. It's okay. Then probably it will provide better understanding for the media as to what does it mean. So we came from the idea that the criteria should be understood even to a junior, like they have as internet literacy rule. Some recommendations where to click, where not to. Yes, and I saw some hands on the floor. First row, please. I will revisit everyone. And please stand up for the cameraman to see you. Good afternoon, dear panelists. I am Svetoslav Sheremet, National Consortium. I brief on the conflict zone. We may enter with a criteria. There are certain areas of regulation that guarantee certain freedom of expression, like the freedom of artistic expression. You know that, or the freedom of legislative activity. You know that some MPs being homophobic by nature, they come up with their own drafts. So discrimination is banned, but it is not banned to distribute and promote official documents of the parliamentary authority. So this makes a clear divide. And I'd like to know how to deal with this dividing situation. So this is number one. Secondly, you do know that the Holy Letter has certain calls against same-sex relations, and I have my own idea of what to do about it, but still the matter remains unresolved. And number three, artistic expressions and so on. There are hyperbolas, there are jokes, different forms of artistic expressions, and people may accept and perceive different words differently. One might think this is a call for violence. Others might say that this is quite an innocuous joke. So who is going to regulate how things should be understood? So really, this is my call for discussion. I do not have a clear answer as to how to deal with it. I rather would ask your involvement to decide and discuss. Thanks for this right to comment that I did enjoy. Right, thank you. I also thought about religious media because they may use some indirect formats, cite violence, and quite often it is religious outlets who incite violence, insisting that they believe in their own religious documents and their religion is their possession. So it's a point for discussion. They may not say something directly hateful, but when they come to the marches, when they try to ban such marches, before our quality march, we try to address the religious council, seeing the more positive position towards it. To avoid a situation when they would call up people to come and beat participants under the aegis of defense of traditional values. Okay, and we had some more hands on the floor. Over here. Evgen Maslov, Alliance Global from Kharkiv. Couple of questions from me. First, what media outlets are more approachable and more keen to follow recommendations and try being more correct? And what are the other media that expressly say that they do not care? And the second question, those addresses to police, to relevant line committees against hate speech from some people in the media, how efficient these measures can be? Because being a person who hails from the Luhansk Oblast, I can relate to multiple cases of MPs at all levels, local councils, speaking expressly against LGBT, and any attempt to protest that by filing case with the police or specific committee would bring no results. So, and the third question, not on LGBT topic, but close to it. Lots of media channels some channels might follow the topic, subtopic, adding that this person is probably seeing psychiatrist or being receiving treatment. So that's a speculation that just shapes further discussion. Well, to my third question, if the question should be like, if there is a project on correct language towards LGBT community, is there anything about people, for people with some psychological, psychiatric conditions? Well, from what I understood, your question is, does the National Council have some criteria regarding the LGBT community and something related to people with disabilities, actually? Well, disease conditions. Yes, we are working on that. And similar criteria are being developed in respect of discrimination of individuals with disabilities, with diseases, health conditions, and so on. Yeah, but this merits another discussion, actually. How media are reacting? What are the media that react like positively to such conditions? Well, those in the telemarathon, they're forced, they're compelled to do it. And those who would not react, they are risking themselves into sanctions because the law is already enacted. It is in full force, and if there are any such manifestations, if these are proven, then there are grounds to sanction them. And such violations regarding hate speech and calls for discrimination, discriminatory behavior, they can be classified under the law as grave, actually, grave misconduct, even a crime. So leaving no space for someone, frolicking with such things. Either there is a clear case of violation with proof, and this gives rise to sanction mechanism. Either there is no confirmation that law has been breached. There is another side to it, but let me put it like this.
Особами. У мене особисто було відчуття, що ми наступного дня отримаємо купу заяв про порушення, про те, що хтось десь висловився з конкретним...
When we first met in April, I've got a feeling that the next day we will get a lot of response and will be able to develop criteria very quickly. But till now, we have not received any additional broad applications. Of course, we received many complaints. But no results of monitoring. Excuse me, please, that I interrupt you, but whether this is the participants of LGBT community who have to carry out this monitoring, I would like to add, in September this year, Kyiv International Institute of Sociology carried out a survey asking people what was the most intensive source of information for them, and Telegram information channels were in top position, while television occupied the second. I understand that criteria cover only official mass media, printed media. What about Telegram channels? This also should be applied to Telegram, YouTube, and others. First of all, the law provides that National Council on Broadcasting may officially address to these platforms and request these platforms to stick with some rules established for the broadcasters, and we use this right of the National Broadcast Council quite often. Unfortunately, we do not get feedback quite often because the feedback mechanism is not foreseen in the operation of all those platforms. But nevertheless, we try to do that.
Реагуємо через звернення до адміністрації платформ спільного доступу, в тому числі і до Telegram.
But I simply wanted to comment that we are able to apply to these platforms. Next question. I'm Konstantin. I would like to describe one case and seek a piece of advice from you. Our charity foundation in Zaporizhia quite closely cooperates with mass media in coverage of civilian partnerships. We cooperated with Ukrainska Pravda, Громадське, many other national mass media, etc. And we requested to publish several materials about civil partnership. And in some having delivered that materials, we had received from them explanations that they are unable to print, to publish what we suggest to them because they need to get the opinion from the opposite side. So my question is, who this opposite side should be, opposite opinion to be balanced in the article should be. Either it should be the Russians or they should be homophobes from Ukraine or whoever. Who that opposite party should be. So what this balancing opposite party should be when we want to cover this triggering topics about civil partnerships, about homophobia, etc. As far as I understand, your question actually comprises two questions: the issue about editorial policy and programming policy. As for the editorial policy, we cannot interfere into it. We have no grounds to interfere in the editorial policy. We have no right to do that, absolutely. As for the programming policy, the case which was suggested by Dmitro, it showed a situation when media decided to cover the topic on both sides in well-balanced way, so to say. When this is done objectively, when the opposite party resorts to discriminative or hate speech, then this is this is wrong, and this should be punished, or it should be brought to accountability for that. This will be a violation of the law. But by the moment when this is broadcast live, we won't be able to bring to accountability, to responsibility for that. I will voice up several statements at this very stage. We have not formalized this opposite side, opposite opinion. We try to produce criteria for the media and language which they use. One of media in 2018 we found out the hate speech having made a transcript of broadcast. But unless you do not have such a transcript, you can do nothing. And
журналіст і журналістка, бо там було два ведучих, нічого не сказали, коли поширювалися такі там тези, наприклад, там, що ЛГБТ-спільнота дорівнює сатаністи,
and in that program, there were two journalists present, and they haven't stopped representatives of religious or one of the religious community from incorrect statements, discriminating statements, and the journalists present tolerated. They have not warned representatives of religious communities to abstain from discriminative and hate speech statements. The opposite party which uses hate speech, they are not prepared to the dialogue. And when media allows such statements, they manifest that they are supportive of such statements. Sometimes media could go homophobic because they by default believe that something should be known to journalists, but they simply are not familiar with the information. That raised the question whether National Council is going to produce any comments, any explanations as to criteria to allow journalists to understand better those criteria to prevent this misunderstanding. Adriana wanted to ask a question. We say that media should not spread hate speech and should not allow homophobic expressions. But when we just prohibit it, it would not disappear. What will be your reaction, your response? When media quotes something, for example, if media quotes something, public figure, there's some homophobic comment of a public figure, what criteria will you use?
Від когось, яка вийшла, якщо це цитата або мені здається, що від того дійсно, що ми будемо замовчувати, по-перше, проблема.
It seems to me that if we will try to try not to raise this issue, it won't disappear. Thank you for this question. You are right, Adriana. we should voice out such cases. But for mass media, mass media have to report what happens, and if any politician, any public figure says something, it should be reported. But to balance this incorrect statement, we should, mass media should provide opposite opinion. To ask lawyers, for example, and thus readers will be able to come to conclusion themselves. If any politician breaches the law, then this should go to law enforcement agencies. As a Ukrainian citizen, I personally, it's my personal opinion, I personally would like to know an opinion of any media about such statement of a politician, about homophobic statement of a politician. If any politician says something homophobic or discriminative, then this mass media perhaps should express its attitude towards such statements. Maybe this politician can provide some proofs to support his statement.
Не знаю, можливо, це організація, яка маскується під ЛГБТ, щоб дискредитувати ЛГБТ-спільноту. Це вже питання окремої дискусії. Тому важливо дійсно не замовчувати цю тему.
That's why we should not silence such problem issues and voice them out.
Бачить цей такі подібні власне тексти, бачить відсутність. А насамперед, от для мене, як громадянина, показовим, наприклад, можуть бути
For me as a citizen,
медіа не просто поширює тезу цього але коли каже це супер.
Most important is when a media not just transfer the message, but express their attitude towards it, negative or positive. In this case, National Council will be able to bring them to responsibility for that. So the editorial policy is important and positioning of media is important. With a saying is allowed in principle. I will try to add to discussion with consideration of your question. Actually, you are asking the same about hatred speech, about the context and the freedom of speech in general. The law says that expressions that fire up hatred in the previous legislation, it said like encouragement to hatred, while in current version of legislation, it says the hatred speech. An expression is a unit of communication, which has its own linguistic meaning. This is a word which has a meaning, or expression which has a meaning, has some sense. But expression itself is not an encouragement. because an encouragement, this is a specific form of speech. And at this point, we come to what you mentioned, the context. It should not be said besides the communication unit, expression,
і світова практика діяльності регуляторних органів завжди враховується контекст, в якому
we should consider the context in which this word expression was used. And there are two levels, two different rights which should be considered. Especially when we recollect about religious organizations, which have the right, the freedom of speech, the freedom of faith, and the hatred speech. So we have to observe the balance. If the statement is made in a context which does not provide for discrimination and hatred, then this is not a hatred speech. It should not be feared. I do not see any threats if a person wants to provide information, if somebody quotes something and shows neutrality, then this should be seen as a violation of law. We have to balance different points of view. It seems to me that we might spend 3 days of the conference in panel discussions, but we are limited with time.
Багато таких поінтів прозвучало важливих до рефлексій.
We have heard many points important for reflection. I'm happy that we are having this discussion today jointly with the National Council on Broadcasting. I believe that we have reached huge progress in our country in this area. Some years ago, it was difficult for me to imagine such a panel. I believe that today we had a rather healthy discussion. I'm very grateful to the council, to National Council, and I'm happy that you've been producing this a document in very healthy environment with engagement all LGBTQ+ community. I represent the Human Rights Center in mass media. We have our own editorial policy, and we cannot imagine that our editorial policy would allow homophobia. So this is probably the answer to your question. If homophobia exists at the level of editorial policy, then National Council has to pay attention to such mass media. Because if editorial policy allows any discrimination, then this mass media should be checked and against its position in the official list of mass media. On the other hand, you may address to mass media and ask questions to them. Actually, that is not what I wanted to say at the very beginning. What I wanted to say is to discuss the involvement of the second party, second side, to involve the opinion of the opposite side. That is bringing together in one program a representative of the right forces to balance discussion with the LGBT community. Once I had an experience, one of TV channels invited me on the 8th of March to discuss the rights of women and the rights of women of LGBT community. And on the opposite side, they have invited a representative of organization, tradition, and order. Of course, he translated hatred speech, and those people who called into the program, they translated this hatred speech. And I came to conclusion that media purposely invited a person who predictably was able to translate this hatred speech. The second, journalist did not stop that hatred speech on air. And when I tried to say, let us stop such manner of communication, they responded that this was freedom of speech. Now we come to the topic of public opposition and discussion, freedom of speech versus hatred speech, hatred language. And when you want to prevent expressions of such hatred speech. So, the freedom of speech is about equality and non-discrimination. When there is an encouragement of discrimination, when there is encouragement to hatred, when there is encouragement to limitation of any rights, all that is related to the hate speech. And if the program which you release may result in negative consequences on physical attacks on people, or any types of attacks or negative decisions taken by local authorities. So all that situations should have bad consequences for mass media. And in this case, not only a journalist, a person who encourages to discrimination, but the whole mass media should be brought to responsibility. We should, in these cases, bring to responsibility such media who invite such people. In my case, that person on the 8th of March wanted to commit offense against the LGBT community and was stopped by police. And the second, which I would like to say, subjectivity in coverage. I have to cut down my intervention
говорить по темі,
if mass media
ЛГБТ-спільноти, недискримінації,
covers LGBT,
не знаю, чого завгодно, що стосується
anything
тих тематик, про які ми сьогодні
which
проговорили,
relates to our
необхідно
today's
обов'язково
topics,
вмикати інклюзивний метод. Тобто потрібно
we
говорити
should
про
compulsory
таких
apply
людей,
the
як
inclusive
об'єктів,
method,
яких ми
not
сьогодні
to
говорили,
discuss such people
про
as
суб'єктів,
objects,
яких ми залучаємо
but
до
as a
дискурсу,
subject, as
спільноти
real
матеріалу.
persons, and
Або в
involve
такий
them to coverage of the material.
людина, яка скаже від себе, в чому, там, не знаю, в чому неправильність певних висвітлень. Або
You have to invite a representative to explain what is wrong with
в максимально інклюзивний спосіб.
the coverage, etc. And the third,
Будь ласка, користуйтеся. Я розумію, що це болюче запитання. І тут
procedure, the appeals procedure.
Хто має моніторити, наприклад, там
It was rightly asked who has to monitor everything what's happening in mass media, who has to monitor discriminative statements in mass media. I believe that civil society should cooperate in this area with the state, with the authorities. Of course, the state has to monitor that. We have been developing criteria, proper procedures, etc. But civil society and people at large could contribute to such monitoring. I encourage you not to ignore the appealing procedures and to provide your appeals. When you do not raise your voice and do not claim that your rights were violated by mass media, that you felt discrimination from mass media in the coverage of LGBT community rights, when you remain silent and just wait that somebody else will raise the issue, then you silently agree with going on. And you may apply to the Commission on Journalist Ethics, Journalist Ethic Code. They recommend you to apply to that commission. This is important, I think. We have to say with what we disagree. The authorities should not make guesses what is acceptable for us, what is unacceptable for us. And the last but not least is about freedoms. In your indicators, point 2, how it looked like. Spreading the content. Okay. The content is not just about inclusivity and prohibition of hatred speech. It is about expertise of the materials and there might be different situations. You may have live presentations and some homophobic expression was broadcast. And in this situation, the journalist has to interfere. Then this is different situation.
Оцей spreading, як це, поширення гомофобної інформації.
To prevent spreading of this homophobic information. And because of that, it's really nice to see that this mechanism is being developed here. I can only hope that there will be time when we will be sitting in the panel to discuss mechanism of bringing to responsibility, and even we'll have some statistics of how things go. But still, now we have to talk together about how to kick off the process and how we are going to prevent hate speech from becoming the norm in the media. Well, spoken words, television, other media channels affect people greatly, and we can see how strong propaganda can be when it comes to hatred. Because of that, we have to be heard about what is not normal to us, and we have to stress on the need for media outlets to remember of the huge responsibility before the public and use their power with maximum responsibility. Thank you, Ludmila. I think you nicely wrapped up the discussion, and you were nicely mentioned it about how to prevent the hatred from becoming the norm in the media. I really would like to call up for a discussion, a wider discussion on that, because it means a lot for our society, for our future, and this should be a two-lane road. We will have to work with the media, with the National Council, with the audiences. We have to remember that media audiences can be rather different. Some media may translate correct ideas and concepts. No examples here, just saying. And they may well speak about tolerance and inclusion. So we need to understand also that the territory of Ukraine is not just the territory of the media. It has many more facets, and population is different. I'd like to thank everyone for the media representatives who participated in the discussion. I thank you for being here for an hour and a half. And I think Dmitra has some closing words. I'd like to congratulate you with the upcoming Day of Tolerance, which is to come on 16th of November. And a small remark from my side. The criteria that we've been talking about that are being created, we as a technical team position them as recommendation for the media, because these recommendations are being based on the wishes of the community itself. So in some way, we've facilitated this job for the media, because we asked the community about that, and we expect further comments from the community as to what exactly they would not want to hear about themselves, what they consider as something discriminatory. I can subscribe under every thesis voiced by Ludmila, really under every one of your ideas, because as Exupery mentioned it, we are responsible for those who we've tamed, like the media, in this case, with that ability to shape the readership's opinion. That if we are to shape a tolerant society, we have to be able to adequately present positions of every party, every side. And journalists have to do their best to bring up most arguments from both sides, to see all the pros and cons. And in the parliamentary discussion, in every platform, we will be able to discuss them to come to common solution. So thank you for this opportunity, and until we see each other next time.